Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already hit that notification bell, hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. Fam, what's going on out there? You know, I really appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. And Wack 100 always tries to project his police tactics on everyone else. Now, a person that's always blaming other people of being the police, having the paperwork, but portraying to be someone else at the same time, you gotta understand, they're putting that on someone else because they know that that's their character. And you know, Wack understands that people are easily manipulated on the internet, and he knows that, right? So this is the angle that he goes at. Whereas though he'll know that what he's saying about somebody might not even be true, but from his way of doing things and his involvement in certain things, he'll project that on someone because he knows that's how he's operating, and it's a form of where it could be like that, so it makes it look like that person is really working. We all know Wack went around the internet and said Big Meech was telling, and he didn't have any paperwork. We all know 50 Cent said it. He didn't have no paperwork, right? But we seen 1090 Jake put up there that he wasn't sure if Big Meech was telling, but he listened to what Tammy said, so you know he wasn't sure. Wack 100 went straight on at him like, yo, Big Meech is telling, and that was the same work I had. And you know, the same thing with Jim Jones. He sit here and tell you Jim Jones is telling, and this is why he's everybody that's telling. See, Wack knows that the snitches are winning out here, right? And he knows that. And he understands that if he tells, nothing is really going to happen to him. So it's like a mind game. By him saying this person is telling and that person isn't telling, it only keeps him, whereas though he keeps having people to have things to reference to. Whereas though, yeah, Wack said this person telling and that person telling. When all actuality, if the person told or not, that's not going to stop what they doing. Usually it elevates them in today's world. If we being real, a lot of jokers that been out here telling, they elevating. Look at Wack. The man been telling for years, but all he did was put that on everybody else as being a rap. But when he got himself involved in the no jumper situation, that there is going to be his downfall. See, Wack could have continued to operate the way he's been operating if he wouldn't have involved himself in the no jumper situation. But being as though that he did that, it made it whereas though the things that he's been doing and the cooperation that he's been projecting on everybody else, it's like self-explanatory. I think at this point in time, everybody can literally see that Wack is telling. And it's like you can't even hide it. At one point, it was him hiding it, but you can't even hide it now. You can't even hide it. It's self-explanatory. And we all know that Wack consistently, this is Wack's content. This person is telling, that person is telling, and this is his whole content now, if you being real. But at one point, that shit there, you know, is dying out. But this was his whole content at one point. Well, now, this is his whole content. That person's telling, this person's telling, and this is all he talks about. Who's telling? And we don't know Wack 100 for having any talent. This is all he's saying. People are telling, but the whole time it is to get the people thinking about, well, Wack is talking about them telling. How could he be telling? People just mad at him because he's telling about who's telling. Nah, that's the redirect the visual so that you not looking at Wack telling, you focused on who Wack is saying is telling. But the whole time, he's the one that's telling. The whole time, he is the one that's telling. Straight putting in overdrive for this shit. We don't see no talent from Wack. What talent do you see? Everybody that aligns themselves with Wack, what happens? They all fail. You can't name a person that aligned themselves with Wack and succeeded. Wack does not have anywhere on his accolades that he put somebody in position and they went to the moon. And this guy been in the industry for a while now. He'll tell you how much he's tied into the industry, all the people that he's associated with, labels here, labels there. We don't know one artist, not one now, that has elevated from aligning with Wack, from signing a contract for him to be the manager or for him putting him in a direction to level up. You can't name one, but you can name multiple artists that failed. All we know is all the people that Wack said was telling, and that was gay. That's it. That's the only thing we know about Wack as his accolades. Who was telling and who's gay. That's it. If you ask who Wack put in position to go out here and elevate to help the community, you wouldn't be able to find it. But if you go out here and ask who Wack helped fail, how did Wack destroy the community, you'll be able to find everything about it. Everything about him shows you that it's destruction. And that's it. Nothing talks about elevation, how to build, how to grow, how to point you in a right direction. Not at all. It's all failure shit. And we see it daily from him. When he's doing content, that's all he's doing content for, is for confusion. To keep everybody miserable and confused because he doesn't like himself. He's upset of who he has become. You know, he looks at a lot of people that are in position, right? And he's envious of them because he doesn't have the ability to operate in that fashion. When he see people that really got things going on and they really get into the bag, those are the people that Wack are jealous of. He's envious of those people because they found the lane whereas though they're operating and they're elevating. So usually he tries to figure out how can he get something on that person to get next to him. Because if he can't get nothing on him, it's no way that he can get next to him because they don't want to be associated with it at all. Because everybody knows that he's working, his police tactics. Everybody knows that he ain't no good. No good in the industry. Straight up. He's no good in the industry nowhere. So if you pay attention to it, he talks about these ties, but he's dealing with lower level people in the industry, people that got connects, but there's no top execs that really want to be connected to him because everybody sees that it becomes a disaster as you deal with it. This shit here is like the same process over and over again. And he done really burnt the bridges down because he comes to you and acts like if he's a brother, if he wants to help you. But then when he get next to you, he's thinking about how can he get over, how can he snake you, how can he backstab you without you understanding that he did it. You know, them old tricks where as though you might send somebody over here to do something, act like you don't know about it, but you coming in there to save it. That's his type of game, to play both sides of the field. You know, dirty snake, man. But the whole time, the guy is working with them people and he's doing it with a smile and proud because he don't care. He don't care that he's cooperating. Hell no. Straight up. He done got in his mind that I'm going to be selfish and line whoever up to keep me free. Because if he doesn't, his history of what he has in the bag, his baggage, will send him to jail. So they got him locked in forever, right? The no jumper situation, when we see Wack 100 try to push every single thing on everybody else, that shit lets you know, especially when we watched him brag about it to the whole public. He bragged about it to everybody. Let everybody say, oh yeah, they came to see Wack, this is what happens. And it was a proud moment to Wack. But now that he's seeing that everybody's not accepting of it, now he wants to back out of it and change the direction. But he does pay attention that people love negative shit. So he keeps pushing that shit. And this is why I say, when people start pushing back to the negative energy that he brings and the negative narratives that he brings, he's gonna change it up and try to back out of it. But right now, he sees that people are intrigued about hearing who's snitching and hearing who did this and who told here and cooperated here. But it takes the focus off him, but it keeps people paying attention to what he's saying. But you gotta understand, the person that's doing all the working is Wack. He's the one doing all the working, the cooperation, and doing it proudly, not caring. But then come to the internet and tell you about a person that's telling open cases, but then turn around and act like, I can't talk about this? What do you mean? Why can't I talk about it? Everybody else is talking about it. So it's like a mind game. He plays mind games with the people because our minds easily get tricked and influenced. And this is a fact. Most of us, our minds are easily influenced and are in a direction to make you say, oh, okay. Especially when it's something that you don't understand. If it's something that you don't understand and somebody gives you like a scenario where as though it might make sense, your brain will go ahead and go right to it like, well, maybe. And it could be totally false. This is how Wack is able to manipulate so many people because he's practiced that tactic and he's understood that by him saying certain things and saying this person is cooperating and saying about this person had done this, even if it's not true, it's because of who the person is, who he's talking about, and it gets you influenced and you start saying, damn, hold up. maybe that's it. And then his tone, how he delivers the message, you start thinking, well, maybe Wack is telling the truth. The whole time, Wack is running game. And he's been doing it for so long. But we here now. And we've been delivering this message consistently. Wack doesn't have the same energy. But he's going to continue to try and do what he's used to doing, because he's used to flipping it no matter what. I'll turn it this way. I'll turn it that way. I'll turn it this way to get your mind going in the direction he wants it to go into. You got to pay attention. This is why we've been staying on it consistently, so that he doesn't have the ability to derail people's mind to go a whole nother way because of what he's doing. By him going to Adam, Vlad, and academics to push these narratives, it's like a new narrative about something, and it'll have you thinking like, hold up. All right, let me think about this. Yeah, this is going on. He talks about different things that are in the news, right? And it'll get you like, okay, all right, you know, and like he knows what he's talking about. But a lot of times, Wack, he's a liar. So he'll create something. He'll create a story. He's the type of person that will hear something going on and insert himself inside of the situation as if he really experienced that. You know, like he says, oh man, I've been locked up for murders, attempt murders. He's never been locked up for none of those things. You understand what I'm saying? So he'll hear that kind of shit in a conversation. If somebody's talking to him about a homicide or something like that, he'll insert himself in the situation and start talking about, I've been down for a lot of homicides, and the feds was messing with me about this, and I got locked up for this, but it never happened. He's the type of person that does this. And I'm gonna tell you, I know somebody personally like that. Whereas though anybody that's talking about something and they reference something, they automatically know how to insert themselves inside of that situation. Yeah, the same thing happened to me. Yeah, I was hanging out with this guy one time, and he was running around, and we seen some girls, and the girl said that her peoples had passed away, right? The first thing that he did, he was like, oh man, yeah, my uncle just died too. And it like connected with the girl, but he was lying the whole time. This is the type of person Wack is. When somebody's talking about something, he automatically inserts himself, references a situation that's probably not true, and it makes people gravitate to him. This is what he does to people that he sits down in these interviews with. This is how he's able to get you on his side, but then the whole time he's plotting a situation on you. So, you got to be aware of people like that. And a lot of times people don't be paying attention. Straight up. They get involved with these type of people, and then they end up snaking them. And these type of people exist everywhere, right? They exist everywhere. But when you get yourself involved with these type of people, they do those type of tactics, and you might not know how to get away from them, until it's too late. And this is what happens with all the people that get involved with Wack. They get around him, they start doing things with him, and then when he's starting to do little snakish shit, you don't see it until it's too late. He'll have you straight lined all the way up, them people on your ass, and you wondering why you having all these problems. Because the person around you is doing this to you. And you really got to pay attention to a lot of things, man. And I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video. We're going to look at some of that no jumper situation when he was up there talking. And Yeah. Wack 100 is a mass manipulator, man. And anybody that aligns themselves with Wack, trust and believe, he's only using you for his benefit. If you don't benefit him, you are no good to him. He's not helping you. He's not going to help you start your career. He's not going to help you elevate. So anybody out there, if you plan on signing to Wack 100, just understand you are going to fail because he's not going to help you. He's going to use you for the benefit of his likeness. And then when you are no longer use, it's over for you. And if you do anything criminal, he's going to make sure that he lines you up. Straight up. That's going to dangle over your head. If you do anything criminal, I mean anything, he's going to use it against you. Make sure that he has leverage to get you to do whatever he wants. And then when he's done with you, he going to turn you in and act like, man, shit, I ain't do it. What, man, you did that. Straight, selfish, dirtbag. Don't care about nobody but himself and what his mission is. But you know, it's a lot of people in the world like Wack. Wack is just a public figure doing it, and he took it to another level, whereas though everyone's able to see it. So one thing about Wack, you just gotta pay attention to him so that you can learn from him. You know, because a lot of people, you know, they listen to me talk about Wack, but they're not paying attention to the tactics. If you pay attention to his tactics, it's going to prepare you for people that are like him. And that's major. This whole shit of me talking about Wack and getting people informed is definitely a part for you to understand the characteristics of people like Wack. Don't listen to what I'm saying about Wack as I break it down totally every day, and then you go out there and let somebody in your neighborhood around you play the same games, have you in compromising situations. This situation here is for you to be able to pay attention and to know what to look for, to understand a liar, to understand a manipulator, to understand somebody that doesn't care about nothing but themselves and how they can snake you, how they can backdoor you. Because if you pay attention to how he's always at first dealing with people, you wouldn't think he's like that. But then when you pay attention to how all the situations go as he gets to know you, you'll see, oh, it's the same person. It's like when you get into a relationship with someone, after you're in a relationship for a little while, you get comfortable and your true self comes out. This is how being a friend with Wack is, or getting to know Wack. Once you get to know him, his true identity is revealed. But at first, he has a mask on and he's portraying to be somebody else. But then once you really get to know him, then you get to see who he is. It's always some snakish shit. It's always some backdoor shit. It's always something to do with somebody getting locked up, a case. It's always negative. We see nothing but the devil around Wack. You know, because Wack doesn't believe in anything positive. It's all devilish shit. That's all we see around Wack. So you got to protect yourself at all costs, dealing with people like Wack. But it's a prime example for you to see this, you know. And we all got to pay attention to it to understand it, you know. I've been through a lot of things in my life, right? And the things that I've been through have let me know what to stay away from. People like Wack. People that'll get you in a situation. Wack is the type of person, if you riding in the car with Wack and y'all get pulled over and Wack is dirty, he gonna stuff the shit under the seat and act like it's not his. And say, man, he got it. He's that type of person. And then act like, man, listen, I ain't know you had that. Why you ain't tell him you had that? You looking like, man, what you mean? He's that type of person. And there's people like that every fucking where, man. So you gotta be mindful, man. You gotta be straight mindful. And you know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. And that's a fact. You know, Wack don't care about nobody but himself. And that's facts. You know, but you know, people coming into the industry, you know, they looking for, you know, something, and they gotta learn the hard way. They gotta learn the hard way, man. And it's only towards, you know, our people. Because you gotta understand this, right? Those other cultures, they're gonna enlighten each other. You hear me? Those other cultures are going to enlighten each other. They're going to tell you, yo, nah, don't do that. But our culture has people like Wack 100, whereas though it's like, how can you snake the next person and just keep going? The other cultures, they're going to enlighten you. Yo, man, don't get into that. Don't fuck with that person. Don't deal with that. Nah, that ain't right. Stay away from that. Us, it's just let these type of people blossom. Let these type of people run through different shit, destroy different shit, and it's just like certain groups of people know to stay away from this joker. That's all. Certain people know to stay away from him. You know? And we seen how he acts. Straight a non-caring attitude about whoever he's bringing down. And that's a fact. If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. You know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. And that's a fact. Straight up.
What's the dude 4 extra about going to the thing?
I don't think he's Rico.
What I said was, I said, if you take, they let you out a week before your hood day. If you take your ass to your hood day, you're going to jail.
Big U, you said Big U before he went to jail.
No, I didn't.
You said, I think.
I said it.
You said something.
You sure?
Yeah, I
Let's
heard
put
it.
a bet on.
I don't want to bet that shit. Don't stop trying to bet.
You knew he was being investigated.
Investigate, yeah.
Well, how did I know?
His mom, the victim's mom, told you.
You know before niggas go.
Who?
Just you know the law.
Okay, but how
The
did he know?
nigga got an ankle monitor, nigga.
He knew because the victim's mom told him.
His last 3 times he went to jail, it's because he was around gangbangers.
Right.
He knows that his PO is watching him.
Right.
He came right here from the county jail and said, my PO with his bitch ass.
And so you know
So if you go to your hood day,
yeah,
your PO is watching you.
yeah,
You think he ain't gonna go to jail?
yeah.
And then
Wack is the type of person that will tell the man about going to his hood day and then call the PO and like, man, listen, I think he's going to his hood day. You know, Wack is a cop caller, dime dropper. That's him. Mika said the man called CPS on her. You hear me? She said the man called CPS on her. So you already know. If you listen to when R&B said that she was in fear of her life, that she was going to go report the situation, that was instructed by Wack 100. You know, Wack 100 makes sure that he does that to whoever he's into it with.
and he went to his hood day after being repeatedly warned not to go to his hood day.
Nigga, I begged the nigga. Like, you would have thought I was from his neighborhood. I said, bro, I can show you my phone.
Hey, you a bad motherfucker. You bad motherfucker.
I've met very few people in my life that are that determined to keep going back to jail. It's pretty crazy.
I'm telling him, 4 extras don't go. I ain't. I'm calling him. I call his homie Baby Runner. Baby Runner, call that nigga. Just can't be me on him. I'm on him too, Wack. You know the nigga hard headed.
My boy gonna be.
We telling
He
you
gonna be
not to
home
go.
in like 3 weeks.
But let me tell you what's.
Wack name drops all the time. All the time. Pay attention to that. This guy claims to be from the street, and you know he still acts like he's actively in the street. But he's always name dropping everybody. Nobody's safe with Wack. Anything that Wack knows about people, he'll drop it when it's convenient for him. But he's holding on to the secret until it's the time for him to out you. He just drops everybody's name without a fucking care.
It's crazy though.
He'll be home soon.
He goes to one park, right? Evades the police. When they come, you know what the nigga did?
Go to another park.
Went to another park. And the PO is sitting there watching them come, waiting in the parking lot.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Bro Rogan said, Wack, I see this PO in the parking lot when I was going to the store. The nigga was waiting. They're watching. You got an ankle monitor on, nigga. They're watching everywhere you go.
Wasn't that the weekend too?
Don't matter what day it
I'm
is.
just saying the PO's working weekends
Man, the
to
PO.
help apprehend his clients.
I'm
That's
gonna be
crazy.
real.
Any
Shit,
day.
hey, every neighborhood should ban any homie or homegirl that got an ankle monitor because you're the police. You're gonna bring the police.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of
You
people
go-
like Moneybag Rose were like really trying to urge him, telling us like, do not pull up to like do a video or anything because he knew that that was going to make him more likely to be outside.
I told him,
He don't
I begged him.
Now this place a bad motherfucker.
That's how dedicated to his gang he is.
Yeah.
That nigga
You could
tripping.
take notes.
Nah, I don't take notes for this. I don't give a damn. I got kids. Give a damn. Y'all stop.
Yeah, but you talking about letting all these snitches off the hook and
y'all
shit.
stop trying to put me apart. You just trying
I
to put
wish
me
4
apart.
Extras was here to tell you what he thinks of that right now.
What?
We're going to tell you no.
He might be in there right now.
We
What?
got to punish the snitches.
No, man. Let him tell.
Air him out. Which, by the way, can we talk about Aaron the Plumber?
What is it talking about?
So-
you been
so-
talking
so,
about
okay.
him all damn week.
Was that?
Now, that there was something to think about, right? And somebody had hit me yesterday and said, watch how Wack whole demeanor changes when Adam starts talking about Aaron the Plumber. Wack is always ready to tell who's the snitch, how they're a snitch, when they snitched, and even if he don't got the paperwork, he say he got it. But this part here, whereas though Adam starts talking about Aaron the Plumber, Wack is very docile, right? And we all know that Wack threatened Aaron the Plumber and told him $1,500 will get him knocked off, go see his mama, his family, all that. Aaron the Plumber talking about he going to them people, right? Now, Wack is very calm, you know, because most of the time, Wack, you know, influences people not to do what they should do to protect themselves. If that man threatens you and says he gonna have something done to your family and all that, don't play his game. Because if you really about that life and he understands that you about that life, whereas though ain't no hiding, I'ma come see your ass. Oh, he going to them people. Straight up. He's going to them people. He's not going to play the tough game with you because he doesn't really want no action. He wants to get you engaged so that he can line you the fuck up and then act like he never did anything. Why would he do that? You lined yourself up because of what you said back to him.
That already was the fact. Okay, and how long into this Vlad interview that you have that's currently being rolled out do we have to wait before we get to the Aaron the Plumber thing? Is it like towards the end or something? I thought you guys were gonna start with that.
Yeah, jump it up.
Well, I mean, I don't really. I talked to Aaron after that, and
Describe his paperwork for us. And did
I don't know nothing about that.
Oh, now you're trying to act like you don't care.
Oh, he got
That clip it. Wait. I just had a realization. You told Vlad to take it out of the interview.
I didn't tell Vlad.
Oh, you so did. Because the first clip is them talking about Aaron the Plumber, so I'm 100% thinking that clip number 2 is going to be where they air out the paperwork.
When I asked Aaron the Plumber why he didn't go, he said he didn't have no clothes, he lost his clothes, so on and so forth, right? But I think what happened, he started letting people get in his head about what he shouldn't go do. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro.
And Wack is definitely, different in his response as he would be to anybody else, right? And he says that he made a deal with Aaron the Plumber to fight, I guess, Donut or somebody, right? But if Aaron the Plumber doesn't have a signed contract with somebody else besides Wack, then Wack is just saying that to him to get him off his ass, because Wack knows that he fucked up when he threatened that man, telling him 1,500 will get you knocked off.
You negotiated, he flew you out. That would have been a good look for you. These other people, they probably never got an invite to Vlad.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So he like, Wack, Cass kept telling me I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it. I said,
the truth comes out.
You shouldn't have listened to it. He said, he lost his clothes, so he didn't have his clothes. He upset. He said he couple grand of clothes in his bag or whatever. And I think the nigga was just frustrated, and he might have been by himself.
So you told Vlad not to put that clip out.
Put what clip out?
The clip of you guys talking about Aaron the Plumber's paperwork, which I already know that you talked about on that episode. So if it's not in that episode, then you are compromised. You're just like Ack. You're compromised.
No, we talked about it, and I got it. The emails. Because at first his manager tried to get some money. Vlad said he had no money for him.
Yeah.
So the manager said, okay, he can't come. You get what I'm saying?
So Vlad says, I'll buy you a plane ticket and a hotel room.
No.
Aaron says, okay.
No. Aaron texts Vlad back and says, hey, I'm looking at this email thread. I fired my manager. I want to come to your platform.
What do you need a manager for?
And then, pay attention to this, right? Aaron has a situation with Vlad. And automatically, Wack 100 inserts himself in the situation. And if anybody paying attention to Wack's moves, when Wack is trying to assert himself in something, he's trying to get something on you to be able to use it against you. So you gotta be swift and quick on your feet to understand, to not allow him to enter into whatever deal you got going on, because he's gonna sabotage things to make you look a certain way. He kisses the feet of Adam and Vlad. He disrespects academics daily, right? But Adam and Vlad, he kisses their ass straight up. When they start talking, he gets calm. He's not fighting back with them. And I'm going to say this, right? Just how when Loose Cannon was out, and anytime, him and Loose Cannon had a discrepancy, he let Loose Cannon win. He didn't fight back at Loose Cannon, right? He's like that with Vlad and Vlad and Adams. Academics, he treat him like shit. Vlad and Adam, he's very, very cautious and picky about the things that he says in response. Straight up.
20 versus 1s, basically.
Must be getting booked.
Answer an email account. Things that like a influencer can't possibly be expected to do, I guess.
Must be getting booked.
You'd think that would be pretty easy.
So he got paperwork of just skipping out on the interview. He got paperwork.
No, he got paperwork because he got shot and he told the cops who did it.
Shit,
But Wack is acting funny as hell now because Wack was gonna be so excited talking about this, and now look at him.
Adam,
He's a
listen,
librarian all of a sudden.
Adam, look, Adam. He never say he was a gangster. What's wrong with him telling that?
I think he used to.
Nah, he was a plumber.
He used to be banging all kinds of
Man,
hoods.
he was a plumber.
He's from Stockton. You don't just get out of Stockton without having to join a gang.
Somebody
It's a war zone out there.
Somebody shot him. He got kids.
He got shot in Oklahoma or some shit.
But he got kids.
Oh, why do we keep saying that? Everybody got kids.
No, we got some business set up. I put him on the phone with Donut.
Oh my God, here we go.
So you got business. Now you got compromise. Now you got business with somebody with paperwork. Now you got business with somebody with paperwork.
Aaron the Plumber was.
Look at Wack's face though. Remember, anytime Wack going at it with anybody, he get real hostile. He get real cocky, real arrogant. In this situation, from him publicly saying that he was gonna get that man knocked off for $1,500 and that he'll do something to that man's family. Pay attention to his demeanor. A lot of things are different with this situation here.
Was saying Wack today to me in the DMs.
Everybody says Wack.
But why are you
Wack is a
protecting
good
him?
businessman though. When it comes to business, man, he got some good business.
Nigga, my name, you see what he did? He know me. And this nigga still see some clickbait and just
So
believe.
now me talking about his paperwork is the only.
You got the paperwork?
I mean, I know Vlad has it, but apparently
Adam,
you
'cause he
told
don't
him to
have
take the clip out of the interview.
And you closer to Adam, so you should show him the paperwork.
Bro,
You pull up everybody.
Vlad,
You hear him? He said, I don't got the paperwork. Now, this nigga talks about having everybody else's paperwork in the entire country. But you don't got Aaron the Plumber's paperwork and you saying the man telling? Why not? This is why I tell you, Wack real fufafi. But the only way to beat Wack 100 at his game is to play it with them people. You cannot challenge Wack to any violence. It's out the question. Once he starts to come with violence, you gotta come with them people. His whole fucking attitude will change. Straight up. His whole attitude will change.
Vlad's compromised.
No, I
Vlad
got
took it
the-
out of the interview.
I got the emails.
What emails?
You know what? I seen
I'm talking about the paperwork of him telling the cops who shot him.
I seen a clip of him
Yeah, he
talking
want
to
to
the
get
police.
Listen, he want to get messy.
No,
so
I
don't
seen
do it. He want to
I seen a clip of him calling in to the police department or something.
He
I
want to
didn't
see
listen.
it.
That's on the internet.
I don't know about that.
I just seen it.
Oh yeah, Wack said he had paperwork. You know he had to work on me too. He did say that. Yeah. Wack said he got to work on me. And we waiting. You know what I'm saying? We waiting, nigga. Cause I always go to trial. So we waiting, Wack. You know, you said you got work on me. We waiting for the work. You know, I always go to trial. So yeah, I take traffic tickets to trial. I'm one of them. They hate to see me coming. I don't plead a shit.
Today.
Okay. YouTubers out there, you want to get 1 million views? All you got to do, make a great video about this and include all of the details about how it was discussed on a Vlad episode with Wack, and then how Wack hit up Vlad and told him to delete it. And I just pressed him about it multiple times, and Wack wouldn't admit that that's what happened, but he also didn't deny it.
Listen.
This is all content for your new video.
Okay, but
it's going to get
let
1
me ask
million
you
views.
something.
You're going to make 10 bands.
Let me ask you something.
I'm trying to chase a little 10 bands.
Let me ask you something.
What?
If we would have had that, it would have been out.
I mean, it kind of is.
Hey, Wack. You real like different here, Wack. This ain't the Wack we all know. You know, this ain't the Wack we know, the cocky Wack. You real different, Wack. Hold up. Hey, Aaron the Plumber. Press the button on this nigga, man. Fucking press the button on him, man. Don't allow this joker to play no manipulation games with you. Press the line. Make him feel what he's been doing to people for so long. Fine shorty.
Is out, right? But like apparently, like, because it's awkward when you watch the clips from the Vlad interview because you're talking about Aaron the Plumber. Vlad's promising, I'm gonna make my money back on this interview by talking about this, and Aaron the Plumber's gonna get a new name, etc.
Bro, I got
and
the
then it's not in there.
The email, look.
Unless it takes place much later in the interview.
Listen,
which
I got
seems
the email.
unlikely to me because usually Vlad likes to front load his interviews with the juicy shit.
with the jump.
You know, it's one of many
emails.
tactics that he's kind of pioneered.
Show Aaron agreeing.
Yeah, the best thing about yours, you got to look at the whole.
And show him
interview.
You got to
agreeing.
get to the end before the
But
spicy
then
shit.
you go
Yeah,
these
I'll soften them up.
fucking clips.
Yeah, feel me? You gotta
email
become a
show him
member.
agreeing.
Become a member. Everybody out there, become a member.
Yeah.
He agreed
Agreed. What?
to do the interview.
He talking about.
So now he's gonna go do it.
No, this was what they were
Listen,
talking
he
about.
don't care about that. He talking about the paperwork of him getting shot. Telling him.
Yeah.
You know what he talking
Now,
about.
Aaron did
This
tell
what y'all do every week.
Hold on.
He want to continue doing what
Have
y'all
you
do every
ever
week.
seen this man be this
No.
evasive on the podcast? That's a real question
No,
for
I
the
don't.
fans out
What do you
there.
mean?
Never.
We don't expose paperwork here every week.
Damn, there.
Hey, yo, this man real different. Hey, Aaron, don't let up off this nigga, man. Make Wack feel that shit. Make him feel it. Don't allow Wack to spin the narrative and then turn around and backdoor you. Because Wack feels like he doesn't have leverage right now because he know he fucked up, right? So what he's going to try to do is get Aaron in a position where he really has something, where he feel like he got leverage, and then he'll get cocky again. Because right now, this ain't the Wack we know. This is the tuck your tail Wack that people know how he was before the internet. You know, now he on the internet, he real cocky and shit. Don't do it, Aaron. Don't allow Wack to run the tricky shit on you that he does to people, because he's only plotting. If Wack says he has a deal with you, tell Wack, I don't want shit to do with your deal. Fuck you. You not gonna be a part of my deal. I'm still going to the people on your ass, but you can still send me for my fade. And I'm gonna tell you what he did, right? He went to Aaron the Plumber, knowing that Aaron the Plumber wanted a fade with Donut, and he manipulated him to get his mind off of him telling him, 1,500, I'll get you knocked off. We'll go see your mom, your aunts, your grandmoms, your whole family. So he manipulated Aaron the Plumber to think about that right there. But I don't think he signed a contract. I'm going to be real. I think that is his angle. And maybe Aaron said, yo, I'm going to think about it. So he's trying to play that game with him. But don't let it go through. Straight up. Don't allow it to go through. Do not do no business with a snake. Pay attention. If you do business with the snake, you will regret it later. Play that little part back. You see his whole attitude change, boy.
That's what happened, but he also didn't deny it.
Listen.
This is all content for your new video.
Okay,
it's gonna get
let
a
me
million
ask-
views.
Okay,
You're gonna make
too
10
much.
bands.
Let me ask you something.
I'm trying to chase a little 10 bands.
Let me ask you something.
What?
If we would have had that, it would have been out.
I mean, it kind of is out, right? But like, apparently, like, because it's awkward when you watch the clips from the Vlad interview because you're talking about Aaron the Plumber. Vlad's promising, I'm gonna make my money back on this interview by talking about this, and Aaron the Plumber's gonna get a new name, etc.
I got
And then
the
it's
email.
not in there.
The email. Look,
Unless it takes place much later in the interview.
Listen,
which
I got the
seems
email.
unlikely to me because usually Vlad likes to front load his interviews with the juicy shit.
with the jump.
You know, it's one of many
email-
tactics that he's kind of pioneered.
show Aaron agreeing.
Yeah, the best thing about yours, you got to look at the
Look,
whole
and show him
interview.
You got to
agreeing.
get to the end before the
But
spicy
then
shit.
you go
Yeah,
these
I'll soften them up.
These fucking clips.
Yeah, feel me?
I do see that about Travis Ford. We know he broke. If he was still t-shirts out the back, we know Travis Ford would try to rob Rainwater for his jewelry. We do know that. The nigga's still in t-shirts. He definitely got eyes on the jury, right? This is why you can't align yourself with people like Wack 100. If you gonna go do an interview with Adam, do the interview with Adam. They got Travis Ford at the table. He has no money, broke, zero, goose eggs. What the fuck is he here for? And he's not talking about shit. So what's the purpose of him being there? To scope some shit out? He ready to rob, steal some shit?
The
You gotta become a
email showing him
member.
agreeing.
Become a member. Everybody out there, become a member.
Yeah.
He agreed
Agreed what?
to do the interview.
He talking about.
So now he's gonna go do it.
No, this was what they were
Listen, he
about.
don't care about that. He talking about the paperwork of him getting shot telling.
Yeah.
You know what he talking
Now,
about.
Aaron did
This
tell
what y'all do every week.
Hold on.
He want to continue doing what
Have
y'all
you
do every
ever
week.
seen this man be this
No.
evasive on the podcast? That's a real question
No,
for
I
the
don't.
fans out
What do you
there.
mean every week? We don't
Never.
expose paperwork here every week.
Never.
Yeah, but you don't act like this
Damn
either.
nerd.
He said, damn nerd.
He's just praying that we switch to
I think
another
he said
topic.
damn nerd.
Actually, you're kind of like making it clear how you feel about Aaron's status by how little you're saying right now, because normally you're
Man,
talking
you
at a
a bad
way
Bro,
faster
him and Donut
velocity.
disagreed to a fight on the Tronics Network.
That's great. Seems like a
What you
bit of a
want me to
dodge.
do? You want me to talk about the man?
Yeah.
Look at how compromised he
On the
is.
Tronics Network.
What happened to the integrity?
Yeah.
This nigga talk about everybody. Wack 100 talks about everybody. This situation here, you don't want to talk about it? And Adam is definitely hyping it up because he knows Wack 100 is uncomfortable. He knows that Wack is uncomfortable and he's not being his normal self.
He do.
What happened to standing on business?
Now you seen what just happened?
This what y'all do.
No, you seen what I just did?
Craig and Day Day.
Hold on, you see what I just did?
This what y'all do.
See what I just did?
I always wanted to be a date.
Right? You always blame him for you saying he's the reason why people do what they do, right? No, nigga. He could say something, it's on you to answer.
I ain't answer shit. I just want y'all to do what y'all do every week. I'm here now. I want to see what's alive in effect. I want to see the paperwork. I want to see
Who
it.
paperwork?
Whoever you said shot somebody.
Big
What-
Sad?
Huh? I don't even know
We
no
got Big Sad shit in interrogation tank. You want to see that?
Who is Big Sad?
It's new Big Sad footage.
Nah.
You see how Wack switched the topic straight up, and then once he switched the topic, he started smiling again. But before he switched the topic, his face wasn't looking like this. He didn't have that same, spark that he got right now. That's because he nervous.
You know the last one I put up, that was a diabolical.
He
Hey,
said
at
it's
midnight,
new.
what
That's my boy.
I put up the steel shot, right?
Yeah, this nigga
By 6 a.m., I put the whole
Look at that.
interrogation.
You see how
video.
principled I am? Big Sad. That's my boy. We did a whole goddamn song together.
I did,
We
huh?
pulled up Lean together. But
Lean
if
together.
he got footage of him telling, we got to talk about it.
Man,
It's in the
y'all-
news.
Man, y'all some bad friends. He got kids.
You don't even know that. You don't even know who he is.
You got kids too.
The nigga, yeah.
What if he had a
You did
vasectomy?
tell. You
Huh?
told on
I
Yellow
ain't told
Beezy.
on shit.
You told on Yellow
I ain't
Beezy.
tell on his shit.
You did.
He told on himself.
No, you told.
He told on himself.
You didn't have to go claim it.
I ain't claim
All he
shit.
did was kick you in your.
You see how happy he is about telling that he told on Yellow Beezy and he got kicked in the ass. He said Aaron the Plumber, it just took the life out of Wack. That energy wasn't the same.
Ass.
He tricked the shit out of me. I thought
He
he ain't had no
kicked this
kick
nigga
in your
so-
ass.
On my mama.
What?
He broke his tailbone. He kicked that nigga so hard in his
What
ass.
the hell?
He broke his tailbone. Was it the hip?
That's crazy.
You had to learn how to walk again and all that.
Yeah.
Trying to be
That's
on
a cold
YouTube
kick.
like that. I ain't know he kicking
He's
your
a
ass.
real ass
I ain't
kicker.
never seen that.
I'm still going through it now.
That's crazy.
I'm still going through it
So your
now.
ass hurt?
I'm not sitting down right now. Listen. Let me tell you what gangsters do though. You hear me? When they say this, they argue with Wack how gangster they are.
Who?
And then when they go to jail,
He didn't want to fight though.
he
He didn't want to fight.
Who didn't wanna fight?
He didn't. You did. I can't front.
yeah.
Oh yeah?
Nah,
No, you lying. That's real.
Listen, see, you ain't supposed to tell that. I want to be a civilian. I'm a civilian. Listen, you know what I learned in life?
Yeah.
The internet loves the victims. They laugh at the suspects. In the name of Jesus, please keep me a victim. The internet loves victims.
What's the white boy,
You know what I'm
Jen Lee?
saying? Once you a victim, the
gotta
internet
talk about
loves
that,
you. Once
yeah.
you a
Jen Lee
suspect,
slapped the shit out of
he
you.
slapped the shit out of
You
you.
a
Right.
motherfucker.
No, he tear gassed him so he couldn't.
Yeah.
That's why he tear gas. He makes
Man,
it.
ain't nobody.
Jen Lee.
You on the bet? You on the bet?
We have the footage for the
Put that
record.
on your mama.
Put that on.
There's a no jumper vlog about this situation.
I'm put that on R&B right now. See,
I love my woman. You don't love your mama.
You got me.
You blew her up.
Man, you blew it. Put on her right
Find
now.
the shit.
Put on her right now.
What?
Put on R&B right now.
I love my woman.
No, just how you would drop humping. I'm finna start drop humping with my one.
I love my woman.
I love my mama.
So do you want to take back the?
I take it back, but you don't want to
Okay,
put it on.
there we go.
Yeah, I thought so.
Hey, listen, Mama Rainwater.
What's it?
Mama Rainwater. When it's about 2:00 in the morning,
No,
you get that thing out and you go to the Adam and Wack show where I was giving that demonstration of putting a bowl in the back, and you watch that and compliment. Thank you, son, for that. He looked out.
R&B, I know she think this nigga's the corniest nigga ever. I know that, because the shit he says is straight corny. I know when she look at this Joker, she got to say, I'm only doing this to be getting my products out here to get me on, but you taking a big sacrifice. This nigga straight certified corny.
Out for you. It's Mother's Day. Get it in this Sunday, girl. Make it rain.
For real.
Water.
You're right, crazy.
Wack.
Your mama fine?
Is your wife fine?
Yeah, it was a motherfucker.
So put.
Baby girl, R&B, what you doing, baby girl?
On your wife.
No, I'm saying your mama fine.
No, we go back to we putting it on.
You blew your mama up, bro.
You.
I ain't blew my girl up.
I ain't blow my.
Shout out to R&B. Shout out to R&B. Baby girl, shout out to R&B. Baby girl.
My mama, I seen the clip. I read it.
He read it.
I read it.
Hear it. You said you heard me say it.
I damn near heard the motherfucker.
Did you hear me say it?
I read it.
Did you hear me say
I
it?
read it. That ain't my fault. So I ain't blow shit up. It was the goddamn.
You said you heard me say it.
It was that. No, you know what it was?
You said you heard me say it.
It's them goddamn clip backs on.
Do you think I would have said
on
that though?
Clubhouse.
Let me ask you something. Why you think I would have said that about his son? You
Man,
ever heard
you done said some shit about him.
about kids?
If you
What I
thought-
said about
but he's
him?
not a kid. He's
Yeah, the
like
kid,
20.
grown ass.
Man, you said fuck loose kid. You always try to act like you ain't said something. You always acting like you ain't said something, Wack. We know you don't care about nothing, Wack. Stop acting like you care about certain shit. You just care about what you want people to think you care about, but you don't care about shit.
No,
me.
but now he's a kid to me.
Oh, okay.
Because I've been
But
knowing
he's still
it
like
since
20.
he's been 7 or 8. So I
If
look
he's
at it.
gay and like
He's not-
publicly
he's not
gay,
gay.
I know he's not, but if he was publicly gay, like who gives a we could talk about it, right?
That's real.
But he's not gay, yeah.
So when have you ever heard me say something about some kids?
That's a grown man.
No, but on some real shit. He grown now.
Yeah. I done heard you say some 22, 23-year-old
Somebody's kids.
with paperwork. It's everybody kid. Somebody got a kid. Somebody got somebody kid. It's everywhere.
If there's a famous rapper and he's 16 and he's got paperwork
Let me
saying that he
explain
told,
He said King was.
But
He said King told. He told him. I said how King told. He's a baby.
King told.
You know that's somebody. That's a
King
kid.
told.
That's a kid, right?
Hey,
Wait,
bro.
wait.
Where we come from?
Wait.
Hold on, nephew.
That's the kid.
Fillmore Central LP.
That's
We
the
was
kid.
in that motherfucker 10, 11, 12 for licks.
I was suggesting
Bodies,
a
guns.
16-year-old kid, he
Nigga,
goes
you
right to like a
telling me.
12-year-old.
Yeah, a
He
12-year-old.
running around in the street shooting dice, bucking niggas.
Just blew up
He
everything.
told
He
the
just blew
nigga
everything.
said,
He said, I
you
ain't
robbed
never- I ain't never told on a
Mexican
kid.
for 100
I ain't
packs.
never told a kid.
You see how he loud talking now? But every time they say something about Aaron the Plumber, he gonna calm down. The tone change. Right now, he real amped, hype. ready, engage. When they say something about Aaron the Plumber again, the tone changed.
A nigga know he on probation. He said you robbed the Mexican for 100 bucks. Now I'm gonna tell you this. Finesse Tucson did some bitch shit. He knew he was in jail for a domestic and tried to put it on King.
No, it was King too.
No, it wasn't.
It was a threat.
No, it wasn't.
The threat was a third strike.
Yeah, but it was on a female.
Yeah.
It was on a female, wasn't King.
Wait, you're saying Finesse tried to put what on?
His got to go do a violation right and go back to jail. He said, yeah, you know, people, he did to people next to me, you look out for people and they do so. Everybody, he insinuated it was King. But when the paperwork come out, it's a chick down in Texas somewhere. He called a domestic.
King Garden. That was what? King Garden.
No, bro, it wasn't a youngster, bro. Why you want to put that on?
It was King Garden.
He told the other day when he said, Finesse beat the Mexicans out of 1,000 packs. He told then.
Whoa, he said that?
He said that shit.
That's a kid though.
No,
Why
ain't no
everybody
kid.
trapping?
That is a kid.
I'm gonna tell you like this. It's some real shit. Bring your kid ass around us playing like a grown man.
You just said you don't talk about kids.
Bro, that's not talking about it.
You say you don't say
Hey,
kids.
bro, do you know what a nigga?
You see that, right? It's like he's a compulsive liar. You saying don't talk about the kids, but you willing to do something to them? Damn. Don't talk about them, but you willing to do something to them. Compulsive liar, man. He only wants people to believe the shit that he wants them to believe that he's lying about. So he'll say whatever to get you to believe a lie.
11 or 12, 13 or dude, you out here?
You just said you ain't never said nothing about no kid, right or wrong. Finish.
Boy,
He did say that, but it was obviously bullshit. So
Every
because now we're
time.
talking about a 12-year-old and how he snitched.
bro, I was 12 catching cases.
Okay, but just admit that you would talk about some kids.
No, listen.
I agree though. Like my kid is off limits because she's not a fucking rapper
I'ma
or she's
say
or a
this.
dope boy or
I'm
whatever.
gonna say this. As much as I dislike Big U and the punk shit he was trying to do,
Right.
playing with my name, and my good woman over there, I know some shit. If I was
Listen
gonna
to
talk
him.
about his kids, that'll shut the internet down.
He does.
And I don't say
I know some shit too because he told me. And this shit crazy.
He already
Yo,
broke the
this
internet.
shit crazy.
But he already broke the internet.
No. This Big U
No.
shit gonna look way different if this comes out, if it's true.
So who started the thing between him and you? He did or you?
Who, Big U and Wack?
Huh?
He backdoored me. Went to my label, nigga. You know Alec gonna call me, nigga. Everybody know that. Who build was he one, nigga? Let's keep
You
it
know
real.
what it sound like? The LA gang members, they just snake each other out.
No, that's a fact. What I've been telling you.
They snake each
You
other
keep
out.
on running around here 30 deep, call yourself looking out. The minute you did something for him and not him, here it comes. You're gonna regret it.
The hate start.
So you
Wack talking about himself. He said the LA gang members snake each other. And I don't think that's just in LA. That's everywhere across the world. If you are in a gang, there's gonna be snakes amongst the gang. People get jealous. You got too many people together running around. Everybody want to be the man. Think about it. Why wouldn't somebody start hating because you got motion and they don't? It's too many people, too many personalities. When you put a whole bunch of people together, if it's a gang or not, it's too many people doing things together. People get jealous. Wack 100 knows. I'm glad he said it so quick though. Straight up. I'm glad he said it so quick. Because he talking about himself, man. Nigga been a snake.
you might as well let it weed itself
And I want to
out
clear
now.
that up too. We was like different people in the community, man. I had Bloods, Crips, Pyro, different people that's, doing different things, clothing lines, Taco Pete. So the narrative of 100 Crips wasn't that.
Does it?
Different
Listen,
people.
let me
There
ask you
wasn't
something.
100.
Let me ask you
How much
something.
was
Couple females, a stripper.
About 2 dozen.
Yeah.
We got 3 strippers, bro.
Let me ask you something. So you
Sample
telling
that
me
work.
where you come from?
Yeah.
You haven't seen this before?
Oh yeah.
Haven't you seen? So you
sir.
think you think you know a better way of doing it?
Hell no. Hell no. Seen it many times. You feel me?
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at some point, you got to be selfish in this game. You got to get yourself right so you can go back and help.
So
I notice all the selfish people be winning too. That's the one.
every man for themselves.
How Aaron the Plumber just dropped a video called Vlad 22, and you're not going to at least expose him for snitching. He put both of your favorite white boys in the title.
Look,
You know the crazy
And
part about it?
you're in the opening clip in the
know the
video.
crazy part about it?
Your Vlad interview is in the opening.
And I'm going to say this, right? The best way to shut somebody down that you don't f- with is shut down. Anything come out your mouth about anybody, you juicing, you amplifying.
I agree, but
You might as well.
this is how bad of a liar he is. You always amplifying something about somebody when you want to prove that they're a snitch. But now you said Aaron the Plumber was snitching and you real docile. You not as hype. You not as into this one as you've been in every conversation that y'all having. And Adam keep bringing it back up on purpose.
might as
Manage
well-
the nigga.
but if you got some good juicy shit to talk about him first, you might as well get that out of the way before you go mum.
He don't care though. He's the perfect troll because it ain't nothing you can say about him that he cares about.
No, because it's important that when he goes to Dave and Buster's and he sees a rapper, a gangster, etc., that they don't want to take a picture with him because we know you told. That shit still matters.
People don't-
Even if Woody
don't-
doing all these millions of views,
Yeah.
people don't give a f, right? Nobody
give
cares
a
about
fuck.
snitching anymore. The world has changed.
Yeah.
Nah,
You still
only
gotta put it
snitches-
out there.
Only
People don't
snitches
give a-
take pictures with Woody.
No,
With, like kids and shit.
Hell
Who
no.
else?
Brick Baby took a picture with him.
Not Brick Baby.
We know Brick Baby telling.
Oh my God.
We got the work.
What you mean? I told y'all.
Stop lying.
How long was I
Stop
telling
lying
y'all?
on my boy.
Adam, let me tell you.
He said something about Brick Baby telling. He got hyped up. He got straight hyped up. Every time they say Aaron the Plumber, he gets deflated. Every time.
People that
Couple
told
years.
is the number one people on the internet. People want to hear when you tell.
Only for a little bit though.
Shit, Charleston run the world.
Well, but he didn't like tell. He's just not a gangster.
He did tell. You see him on that stand when he was 16?
Yeah, I know, but I'm not saying he ain't like a gangster that then you really.
He is a gangster. That nigga ride around with AK, ARs, everything. But nigga,
You can just do that in Texas.
Man, no,
Yeah,
that
you
nigga
can.
Charleston
That's
is
some gangster shit out here. That's
Charleston
just-
is
Yeah.
gangster.
That is some gangster shit out
Man,
here.
Charles
Out here,
became-
Damn,
that
they
over
around
there,
the
not
South,
even
people
good.
When I
around
first met
like
Charles,
that.
and Charles came out them bushes at Lady Love, and shot 3 people, 3 bloods. Oh, Charles on the gang.
You watched that happen?
Man, I first met Charles. Charles shot a whole car. 3
You need to
aggravated
stay in the
felons.
crib.
Why you say that?
Why are you outside every night?
Oh shit!
You seem like you're just outside too much.
I need a girl.
Seeing murders,
Shit.
you getting kicked in the ass.
See, Charleston White don't fuck with Adam. And Adam can't say too much about Charleston. So you pay attention to how Adam has switched the topic. You know, Rainwater saying Charleston this and Charleston that, and even though Charleston told, Adam can't fuck with him. He can't run that manipulation shit.
When you ain't got no girl, you be lonely. You go outside.
Yeah,
So
Rainwater.
I
How
started-
did the Mo 3 project?
What is wrong with you that you can't keep a girl?
I started buying ass.
Buying ass? You gay?
Yeah, you gotta stop doing that if you want to keep your girl happy.
Bitch, listen,
Ass? What you talking about?
man, I'm starting this shit.
You need a
You
good
said
sex
that
doll
you-
and stay in the crib.
You said a what?
Get a couple of OnlyFans subscriptions. Get a sex doll.
No.
Some Astroglide.
I want the real.
Stay in the
listen,
crib.
I like the real thing. I like the month. I like the hourly rate instead of the monthly rate.
Did your girl come back? I remember you told me she left.
You hear me? She left. She
That's a
Still
good
ain't
one.
came back?
That's a good one.
She just left again.
Oh, so she came back and left again.
Took a Rainwater
I'm
crazy.
trying to get her back right now.
I got something
I
for
need
you.
it. Yeah,
It might be over with, though, Rain.
No, they know that.
How long is the longest you ever kept a girl?
6 years. I was cheating like a mother. We were cheating on each other.
Why are you doing all this cheating?
I can't help myself.
Why can't you just
You
Down-
was cheating on each other.
look at me and Wack? We doing it.
Down south in Texas.
Well, I guess I'm
Hey,
not.
you
but
was cheating on each other?
She probably cheating on me, and I was cheating on her.
So she
She's yellow
So-
easy.
Nah, yeah.
so she tasted another bitch pussy, and you tasted when y'all kissing.
Why are you assuming she cheated on him with a woman?
Yeah,
No,
it was-
he eating the pussy.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's how she caught you.
She giving up the head. So they coming home at the same time, and they.
I told you, Wack is corny, man. The only thing people are interested in hearing from Wack is who's telling, and that's it. When Wack talks about other shit, the shit don't even be sounding right. He done practice on putting that snitch jacket on everybody but himself. He mastered that. But when he talk about some other shit, the shit don't even be sounding right, especially for people that got common sense. That shit don't even be sounding right.
Big old disease fast.
You got Eddie all in your mouth.
Crazy.
You got Eddie all in your mouth.
you do too. You know what I mean?
You got Eddie all in your mouth.
You do too, though. Nah, listen. Sometimes let me talk this.
Y'all both cheating on each other. Nigga, I don't know no man who coming home knowing, I know this bitch just gave this nigga some head.
Man, I think it's the worst thing possible. If they don't answer the phone after 3 times, bitch, you thought it cheating. I thought go through phones. I go through phones and everything. Nigga, you can't trust no bitch. Listen, listen, you can't trust no, especially down south. We come from a slave state. Everybody. Granny was fucking, listen.
I feel like the girls down south are more trustworthy.
No, listen. My baby mama, one of my baby mamas is 5 years older than me. You hear me? You can't trust her.
Did you hit her?
Hell no.
But she looks down on you like a little boy.
No, we were
She treats you like a kid.
We was in high school together.
5 years apart?
Yeah, we 5 years apart.
But you do know.
You were in advanced classes, or she got left behind?
You do know it's not gonna work, right?
It's not gonna work.
Because she keep leaving. It's you might as well just work on being friends.
No. Listen.
Find you a new little thing.
No. Listen. One thing about me is I make a successful black man makes so much money when he got somebody behind him. Man, I make so much money when I got a woman behind me, but then I'm at the age right now I can't trust everybody in my social security number.
You gotta think you gotta think of starting a relationship like finding an artist to sign, because ultimately you're gonna make YouTube videos together. You're gonna make TikToks. You're probably gonna make her start rapping, just knowing you.
Hell no.
You can't just make her stay in the house.
You need it, nigga. I got a $1.7 million house. Stay
Just
in the
move to
house.
Dallas.
Let me see.
What, is a hooker?
Nah, she too old.
Huh?
She too old.
Let me see.
She 30.
What's wrong with 30?
No, that's too old for me.
30 is still a spring chicken when you're
Look at this shit
41.
Wack
Saying
doing
it's
here.
ugly or what?
That's too old.
So nothing about it is appealing?
Nah, that's too old. Look at
Let me
her,
see it.
30 years old. I'm gonna do something 30 years old. She already stuck in her ways.
I know you like them little.
Shout out to Naughty Nerves, transgender.
Oh, I'll say she looked pretty good.
Honey,
God
That's what I'm saying.
I almost could have been on.
This is the type of person Wack is. I tell you, you gotta watch yourself around it. He get a man the phone and show him a transgender and want him to agree that, the transgender look like something. He like, man, nah. I ain't with that one. I don't like that one. Then turn around and tell the man later it's a transgender. But if you pay attention, every time Rainwater come on here, Wack want to talk to him about a transgender. Why? Come on now, Wack. Why are you so invested in the transgenders? You done told us that you study the transgenders. You want to know everything about transgenders. Your friends are transgenders. Why are you so invested in transgender? What the fuck's up with that? Why?
The right side of that. I was starting to notice the booty looked a little weird.
Why you got this goddamn in your goddamn phone?
That's his homeboy.
Why are you cool with the transgender? Shit, I'm
Why is this nigga got pictures of transgenders in his phone? Come on, man. Why? You real invested in these transgenders, but you quick to try to push that on somebody else. This is what I tell you. Wack is always trying to push somebody's telling or they gay on somebody else. I'm convinced that he's referring to himself with both situations. He's always trying to push somebody's telling or that they're gay. Why? Who does that? People that are of that.
His partner.
Yeah, no, not on the hunting side.
You done brought this Naughty up 4 times to me and you been on here.
He put a tranny on the hood.
Because
Fuck it.
Naughty said you didn't been in the back chat in the DM.
Naughty ain't said shit.
2025.
Naughty ain't said shit.
Put a tranny on the clubhouse hood.
Shout out to my new partner. We didn't got it right. Shout out to my nigga Bobby Shmurda. My nigga Bobby Shmurda.
Wait, you were beefing with him. You were the one who.
Bobby Shmurda, you better stay the fuck away from Wack. Whatever you do, don't align yourself with Wack. You'll never, even though you ain't doing too hot right now, but you'll never. You might well go ahead and knock on the FBI door and say, yo, when y'all coming to get me?
Who really like started the narrative about him being zesty.
No, what I said, and I told his ass too. I said, bro, they played the clip of you saying you learned how to dance like this in prison. The way he danced is, you know, the island shit, you know, like they be gyrating and shit, but it's cool for the women.
They call it
that's their culture.
Yeah.
That's their culture,
They
but
doing that
you
little
can't do
moving
dance
funny
like
and
that
shit.
in prison.
Twirling
We
their
talked
hips.
yesterday, and he like, nigga, I get what you're saying, you know what I'm saying? So let's do some business. So I'm like, my nigga, I'm gonna respond to what a nigga say.
Now he need all the help he can get from you. They say they counsel his whole too.
Yeah.
He gonna be all right.
Ain't nobody giving down about no Bobby
gonna be
Shmurda.
all right.
Ain't nobody giving down no Bobby
And
Shmurda.
Smurder!
I mean, there's aging gracefully and there's not. And it just feels like he's kind of been shelved. Like the label don't support him or anything.
No,
It's
what
like, I
happened
don't
when
know
he
what it
went
is.
wrong,
That
when
shit ain't
somebody
bad.
else is going wrong, you go to jail, you get out, and you get comfortable, and you don't move, and then you look up, and 9 months that went by, and your chatter and buzz is gone, and you try to come with something, don't nobody care.
You gotta take advantage of when you
And that nigga got out All-Star Week in Atlanta. He rolling with the Migos. Migos on fire. Out.
No, he had the world on fire. Everybody couldn't wait for Bobby Shmurda.
Yeah.
It gonna be like
It was like Boosie when Boosie come on.
like the Millie kid. He gonna do the same thing.
Think so?
Millie's?
I don't know who
Millie,
that is.
you know the Millie, the nigga in Florida, who they say killed his partners allegedly.
Millie?
Melly.
Melly.
Oh, why Melly?
Yeah.
You think he gonna get out?
I mean, they ain't got. He'll go get out soon. They ain't got nothing on him.
He's mega talented in comparison. No offense to Bobby, but like I feel like Mellie's talent to me is on a different level.
After 5 years, 6 years of not
yeah,
rapping,
Melly
that
hard.
shit over. Shit hard. You gotta be able to do that shit hard. Ain't nobody got out sounding the same after getting out of prison. You can't name one nigga.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel like, Bobby Shmurda should have the kind of respect and longevity that like any New York legend has. Like he should be able to do.
He made one song.
He should be
went to
able to
jail. He
do
only
all
had
the
one
things.
song.
He made one song.
Listen, I understand he
got a
didn't make
movement,
that
but you
much
can't-
popular music,
yeah.
but like the things that like Jadakiss or Fat Joe get to do because they're
Nah,
classic New York artists.
You can't
I'm
do
not
that
putting
now.
him on their level, but I'm saying he should be able to do
Man,
all these cool older
He didn't have
rap
the
star
catalog,
things.
Jadakiss.
But you don't need the catalog for all that shit. You just need respect and you need people to like you.
He's another JB Black boy.
JB, why are you saying his name wrong? Block Boy JB.
Oh, Black.
Travis Ford definitely staring at Rainwater on some other shit. Travis Ford ain't saying shit. He been here the whole time, ain't saying shit. All he doing is looking at Rainwater. Fuck you put me across from this nigga for? Fuck is he here for? To look at him?
Black boy JB.
Confusing the fuck out of me.
You
Okay,
had
but-
good song is it?
To be fair, the interest in Black Boy JB was shorter because it was just like, he had like a rise. He's like doing his thing, getting a couple million views on videos. Then the Drake thing happens, and then it's kind of like whatever. But with Bobby, it's like he had a bunch of hits, became the hottest artist in New York. Then he gets locked up for like whatever, 7-8 years.
You know
whatever
Bobby
it
should have
was.
did?
What?
He should have told when he had a chance.
Oh hell no! Hell no.
He had kids.
At least he had a chance this way. If he had
ain't got
told,
no-
there would be big over.
I mean, the Gunna.
Huh?
Gunna told.
Not like that though.
Not like Wack.
Gunna had like the most
Gunna's the
chill
This
talent ever.
is the rap
He's a rat.
expert. He's a rat. Right
He's
around.
right. He's
That
right.
shit-
Rap expert, huh?
Gunna
He's
told, and the world still like Gunna.
He's a rap. Big, you told him to tell.
See?
Oh yeah, but Gunna's image is not fucked up like 6ix9ine's.
Yeah,
No.
There's a bunch of rappers and shit who
still
fuck with him.
Is 6ix9ine is the image up?
Hell yeah.
No, it ain't.
No, he
you think?
sat down with him. What he's told.
He's his professional glazer. He's got to say that.
He unked the 6ix9ine.
I'm gonna let y'all know right now. The gangsters ain't winning. The rats is winning.
With the I just told
Which
you.
rats?
All of them.
All of them.
Gunna's doing good shit.
All of them. You hearing, right? He said, I'm going to let y'all know right now. The gangsters ain't winning. The rats winning. He said, which one? All of them. Wack will know best. Wack will know best. All of them.
Sure.
Bobby Shmurda should have told.
Bobby Shmurda didn't tell.
He should have told.
No, he didn't. Stop saying that.
He should have told.
Because he took time. He took more time so his homie could get
That he
less
ain't
time.
even cool with Roddy anymore like that. Yeah.
And he ain't even prosper. He got out. He ain't shit no more. He just fucking white girl.
You got Gunna Toe.
And you got him telling
He's just into that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You got Gunna Toe. What's the other dude running?
Dr. Umar.
Ooh,
The other
Woody.
one.
We bunny hopped.
Woody, no, the other dude, the other rapper.
What the rapper? What the rapper?
The other one in Atlanta. Nigga, where the gold in his mouth? Just got out not too long, about maybe 6 months to a year ago.
Who?
The nigga told.
Who?
Huh?
I don't be interested.
Huh? What'd you say?
I'm talking about
What's the
Rollo
nigga
from
name?
Atlanta.
No, I ain't finna say his name. That's my partner. You said.
talking about Rollo?
You said.
Blew the shit. I'm trying to make. I'm trying to dig him a grave.
No.
Sorry.
He had a clip.
Big
last-
Meech?
I don't know nothing about Big Meech. You said he's Big Meech told.
The work say the work.
Last
What
clip
word?
he had, he made it seem like I said one of my partner rappers told, and they up there question back. So listen, I'm not agreeing with you nothing. If I don't know, I don't know. I don't know, nigga. I don't know, nigga. You know.
You the
You the rat expert. I don't know. I don't care.
No, I just know how to read.
Damn.
Stop lying, Wack. Where did you read that Big Meech told? You said he told. Where did you read it at? That's something that you conjured up.
I mean, it's there. If it's there, I read it. I read
You
it.
know how to read everything else, but what's right?
Something's wrong with reading paperwork.
Okay, what happened with tell us what happened with the plumber?
I
Hey,
don't got to work.
you said you
did.
had to work.
You had it
got
a little
the
while ago.
emails. The email. Nigga, you saw the email.
That ain't shit.
That's what I told him.
Vlad's compromised.
Oh
See
yeah,
the
yeah.
difference,
you,
huh?
Vlad chopped something out of his fucking interview to protect Aaron the Plumber. Just because you got a little hard on for him all of a sudden. You're going to figure out real quick that you can't trust this fool.
Bro, you can't trust nobody
they
on the
coming for
internet.
Wack. Everybody,
But he won't fulfill his obligations.
I don't give a
Listen, one thing they do, they talk a lot of shit, and I be sitting there.
How
saying,
long you been watching it?
No, I'm saying, and I be like, every time at No Jumper, you hear that? And Wack got some 6'4" niggas, old football players, basketball players, and you be like,
That's how you're describing his friends.
here come Wack, cool and collect,
Wack comes solo sometimes.
but nobody fuck with him.
He's chilling.
Listen, man.
Wack pulled off about 3 guns last time. He did.
Nah.
This kind of nigga is this nigga. 3 guns where?
What the f?
No,
guns.
hold on. Wait, listen, Adam.
I'm just saying there's a lot.
Slow down. Slow down.
What?
Don't she look like R&B? It's R&B cousin. Come on over here.
That's really our cousin?
Yes.
Hi. I'd
This
like
the
to-
only person.
I'd like to marry into
Hold
the
on.
family.
Hold on.
Can I be
This is the
discussed?
only person that can bring cakes to No Jumper.
Wow.
Understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Come on over here. This Southern Sweets that crossed the street from the No
Oh,
Jumper.
from Melrose. Yeah, I know you.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm
I
sorry.
just
Yeah.
want to say if you're
Look at it,
gonna
man.
bring cakes to
Come
No
stand next to
Jumper,
me so that they can
make sure
see
you
you.
bring Southern
I got
Sweets
you,
to No
man, for
Jumper,
sure.
okay?
That is a BBL.
That is not
It looks like-
awful lot of cough syrup.
It's just some. Listen, sometimes a man don't know what they going through. Now I pushed away half my damn family going through what I was going through. I'm just now getting right. You know what I'm saying?
Wait.
You need to
Hold
say
on.
sorry to Trap Boy Freddy.
Adam. You said you were depressed because of Mo 3,
I mean,
right?
it's just the whole situation.
Wasn't you depressed because of Mo 3?
I
I'll
understand that.
yeah.
You the
That's
one
my
moved the
nigga.
nigga gun.
I ain't moved no gun. I ain't moved
You
no gun.
moved his gun.
Nigga, so you ever listen to Charleston
you a
White? How you gonna listen to a nigga that said that Charleston White said that shit?
No.
How you gonna move a gangster gun?
The nigga got out. We watched him.
Yeah.
Go over there and read and wasn't nothing there.
Nah, I believe he's in there. It take to get to where he's this shit at. It take about 15 to 20 seconds.
No.
I'm telling you.
Listen, then why was he making songs like that?
It sound like
The
what?
songs he made was he stayed ready always.
Yeah. He was listen.
So why you move the nigga gun?
I ain't moved shit. Whatever 3 was talking about, I think he was just.
What's
talking.
happening?
I ain't moved
Is
shit.
any of them people that been telling on each other that just went to jail gonna end up implementing you?
Listen to
Me for
Wack.
what?
Huh?
Me for
Since you
what?
say that's
Listen
what
to
we do,
Wack.
let's talk about it.
Yeah, what if we find out that you ain't really?
I didn't even know.
Nigga ain't want to talk nothing about Aaron the Plumber. And when Aaron the Plumber came up, he got quiet. Now he done switched the whole subject straight up.
Oh, you moved the gun.
Yeah,
What if we
no.
find out
Why
your
you move
name
the gun?
is not as clean as
How
we
much
think?
did they pay you?
He heard Charleston White
How
say
much did
that.
they pay you to move the gun?
Man, that's crazy.
This is what we do, right?
That's what I do.
This is what we do, right? Why'd you move the gun?
You sound like Vlad now.
Bring us your bank records. Bring us your bank records. We
Walk
wanna
us
see.
through your first hat.
You can have my bank records.
Yo, so
That's
listen,
crazy. That's dope.
Travis Ford, what
Yes,
you
sir.
got going on?
Man, I got a lot of things coming, man. We got a lot coming soon.
Still in t-shirts. Travis Ford ain't got shit coming. He's still in t-shirts.
You know, Dash Unlock. Y'all know
You're
where,
giving
man.
up hope?
I don't know where,
Yeah,
man.
bro. Y'all,
How'd you get into this position
y'all
anyway?
let me out.
Wack got
a
some
year,
great
bro.
things, man,
I thought
for
we
us,
was
man.
a year.
I'm waiting on my other partner, man. Me and
No,
Wack
you the
ready.
cool one, but
You
the
feel
other
me?
nigga I always see like you always waiting on him. He
Yeah.
called me about helping me with a damn song. I don't want to put out no music. I
And then
wanna
you
get
was
your-
waiting on him after
I
that.
want to get on your way.
Yeah.
Damn, what's kind?
Mozzie can't rap. I mean, I'm not saying can't rap. Rapping ain't for him. He's very creative. He need to stick to the TV shit.
TV, yep,
He done
technology.
aged out for rap. There you go. That shit's good.
I'm getting the practice in for the.
Yeah. Let me see. Wack love promoting R&B and her peoples. When R&B lead this nigga, right? We gonna see a total different Wack.
Come with Mr. Criminal.
Oh,
outta
here we
here.
go. Here we
Who
go.
is Mr. Criminal?
Don't worry about it. That's my sneak attack right there.
Hold on, one mic.
I'm gonna come with Snow the product.
One mic. Listen, so
He named some legends.
here
too.
go the
Got a
top
deep
five.
bag.
Here go the top 5 for 5. Northern Southern.
What you got?
I don't agree with Lefty Gunplay, but let's go. Compton got an East and West Side.
Yeah, for real.
East and West Side.
No, East and West Side's a city.
Yeah.
It's 88 cities in LA County. LA City is very little.
So that's
a Compton nigga's not gonna tell you from LA.
So
A
that's super-
LA nigga ain't gonna tell
So
you from
Kendrick Lamar
Compton.
is from Compton.
You ain't from Compton, West Side. He grew up on the West Side.
Oh, so that's not the so the West Side is different from the East
Yeah,
Side.
yeah.
Yeah, you
The
just
West Side nice.
I ain't from Compton.
Oh,
he from Compton. His side is nigga. He from where PNB shit happened. PNB Rock over there.
That's
That's
the
his
side of
area.
town.
He gonna invite me to
Can
your
you,
house.
Rainwater, can you just admit real quick that just walk away?
Don't let
Yeah,
this
yeah,
nigga get that
Go
off.
take a pee
Yeah,
break.
yeah, I'm walking away. Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay.
You bust ass.
Just wanted to
I'm
make
making
sure.
money.
How that dude be talking in Houston?
Man.
Oh, cake ass nigga.
Cake, fuck them niggas.
Oh, you
son.
like cake.
I'm making
How
money.
you gonna let a white boy tell you something about
You
some
ain't
black
finna
rap?
start this shit with me. I'm making
Hey, you
money.
from Texas.
And they delivering hoes to my hotel. What are you talking about?
Who is?
All the rappers.
Who delivering hoes to your
Man,
hotel?
I love LA
I
rap.
thought Puffy was in trial. What's wrong with this nigga?
Man, Puffy didn't do
The
shit
nigga
wrong.
that put guns on me, I don't know nothing about. He telling on himself about he got somebody delivering. Only thing they delivering here is Southern Sweets, and that's in form.
You hear him? Throwing him under the bus because he said something about the girls being delivered to his room. So now, Rainwater done just gave this nigga some ammo to act like he gonna use something over his head to say, you know you was trafficking broads, right? By having them delivered to the room. You know that's trafficking, right? But he'll say it publicly in another way and then come turn around and use it against him later.
Hate streets.
I have a question.
Alligators.
Can you give us your formal response? Because I have to leave in a little bit. Can we get your formal response to Go Yeah?
I like the dude. I believe that he getting on these podcasts crashing out, and y'all letting him crash out. Hey, yeah, yo, you hear me right now? I want to tell you right now, man. Fuck them answers, them people trying to, them questions people trying to get you. They trying to get you to crash out, man. You got a kids at home. Yeah, yo, be a good father, a good man. You don't have to be no gangster. Cut that shit off your hair. Go back to the nice looking yeah, yo, that the girls like, man. You ain't gotta be no gangster, nothing like that. Your people died. It's all about lasting long for your kids. This internet. Stop trying to last long for the goddamn internet. When you gone, you ain't nobody gonna take care of your kids. being a gangster be the yayo that you need to be to last long for your kids. Y'all ask him questions to crash out.
He's supposed to just tuck his tail when he feels like he's being blackballed, and that
He ain't
the people who are against him in the industry are having an unnecessarily negative effect on his career.
Why can't he respond?
Listen, he's not being blackballed. Let me just be real. At the end of the day, when Yayo came out with Boom and the songs he was jamming, that shit ain't jamming no more. You know what I'm saying? But as a person, you was a public figure and people look up to you in the city. I can't lie about that.
He needs your industry out there to be less political. You guys already have a problem where you don't really have that much going on media-wise.
Media-wise, we run the world media-wise.
Sean Cotton.
Who
else?
Sean Cotton, OG Percy.
That gutter music song? That motherfucker go.
Real life street stars.
Gutter music go.
Charleston White.
And you let the white boy Jen Lee slap the shit out of
Okay, Charleston White and say cheese. I'll give you that.
Charleston White, Bubba Dub.
No.
Bubba Dub.
I'm a real, no.
Bubba Dub run the internet. You don't know Bubba Dub is?
No.
We go in there and say trash. And talk about the sports and shit, man. They run the internet. Nigga, right now, Dallas is Block City. We run the internet right now. Right now, listen, right now, from Boss Talk,
I'll give you your time here.
No, right now, from Boss Talk, we got J Money serving everybody again.
Mm-hmm. And you know, Adam don't like that he naming those podcasts that's doing their thing. And we got to say this. The people that are going on those podcasts in Texas, we not seeing everybody that's doing an interview over there going to jail. When we see everybody that's in LA doing these interviews on No Jumper, it's criminal shit, jail. It's a whole different level. So, you know, real life street stars, they do their thing, but I guess Adam don't want to give them their credit. He only going to give Sean Cotton and Charleston White.
And that is good. That is very good. J Money needs to be heard. Yeah. But New York
ain't
Joe Budden and academics.
Man, that
LA, Vlad, Adam 22, Wack 100.
No, y'all ain't got the streets like we got Texas, Dallas, Texas, Blog City. We got the street bloggers. We run the streets.
We got hella bloggers. Man, we got Spider Love streaming 8 hours a day.
For no reason.
We got Crisco, Queen 88, 38, Terry Blue, BZ. We got a lot of
nigga. We got fake pimps.
Yeah, we got A-Sport Point.
Yeah, man.
We got Compton AD. Former No Jumper.
Spade TV.
Shout out Compton AD. That's one of our top. That's one of our top bloggers.
We got a poppin' podcast duo. All handicapped.
Hey, listen. Right now,
what talking about?
Yeah, see nobody look at this shit.
No free shout outs.
Only thing they look at constantly here.
Nigga talking about. Oh, T-Rail. Shout out T-Rail, my nigga.
Yeah, but right now we Blog City, like, so, you know, you ain't got to do that, man. You know, don't answer no more Adam questions. Adam asked you the same question 13 times. I watched you answer. You answered the 8. He answered the 8.
I gotta go watch that.
He answered 8 times.
I gotta go.
He turned it down 5.
Cool as bro.
Yeah.
I fuck with him.
Yeah, nah, he cool. Jen Lee cool too. Jen Lee.
Yeah, they on there throwing shots. Boy.
He fought the dude, got stabbed 6 times by the girl in the back. He fought a dude yesterday.
All right, here we go. Jin Lee.
Yeah.
He got stabbed 6 times?
Yeah, that girl hitting his ass. Poking his ass.
He fought the what's his name? FDA.
Yeah.
He's a Crip from out there in Texas.
FDA lied. He got on there and said, I just whooped Jin Lee ass. And then we get the video come out. His bitch did more. His bitch was hitting his ass.
Wait, she was stabbing him in that video? I seen the video about it.
No, go look at the video.
That ain't his girl.
That's
some random lady from motherfucking Florida.
Oh, okay.
But she was stabbing him?
Don't tell me no rat ass. You say more on the internet than I do.
I don't be telling nobody.
You said Big U had some. So loose cannon. So you got the call from Big U that Nipsey was already dead, right?
No, he said that.
That was loose.
You kept asking him questions.
No, loose cannon. He said
Man,
that.
you asked him the question 3 times after he told you. Then we heard him the first time, Wack. Why you keep asking the same question?
What you mean?
You wanted him to repeat it.
Well, what's wrong with a nigga repeating what he already said? You just said he repeating it, right?
When a nigga point Wack out for telling, Wack get real calm and say, what's wrong with that? Nigga, let me play that back. Hey, Wack, that's a fact. You asked Loose Cannon that shit several times. You made him repeat himself over and over. That was the interview that the feds used. Come on now.
He cool too. Jin Lee fought the dude, got stabbed 6 times by the girl in the back. He fought a dude yesterday.
All right, here we go. Jin Lee.
Yeah.
He got stabbed 6 times?
Yo, that girl hitting his
Wait.
poking his ass.
He fought at the what's his name?
Maulers.
FDA.
Yeah.
He's a Crip from out there in Texas.
FDA lied. He got
got
said I just whooped Jin Lee ass, and then we get the video come out. His bitch did more. His bitch was hitting his ass.
Wait, she was stabbing
ain't
him in that
FDA
video?
girl,
I seen the video about
No,
it.
go look at the video.
That ain't his girl.
That was that.
That's some random lady, bro, from motherfucking Florida.
Oh, okay. But
Fat ass
She was
nigga.
stabbing him?
don't tell me no rat
Tell
ass.
it on
You
this
say
nigga.
more on the internet than I do.
I don't be telling
Man,
nobody.
you said Big
Who
U
I
had
tell?
some so loose cannon. So you got the call from Big U that Nipsey was already dead, right?
No, he said that.
That was loose.
You
cannon.
kept asking him questions.
No, loose cat. He said
Man,
that.
you asked him this question 3 times after he told you. Then we heard him the first time, Wack. Why you keep asking the same question?
What you mean?
You wanted him to repeat it.
Well, what's wrong with a nigga repeating what he already
See, that's what I'm
said?
saying.
You just said he repeating it, right?
Wack, you want to make sure the world heard it. You pull it up.
Hey, listen.
I seen it. Yeah, she's stabbing him.
Yes.
I ain't but
Yeah, but that's a lady from Florida, bro.
Yeah.
Her name is Hattie Mae.
I bet she got in that
man.
car and that nigga went live and say, I just whooped Jin Lee ass. I bet she looked at him and said, nigga, you ain't do shit.
She was jugging him like that.
Yeah, she was hitting his ass. At the end of the video, Jin Lee said, damn, bitch, you stabbing me?
He ain't bust on her.
Man, I married that hoe, nigga. That hoe, that's a ride or die bitch.
That's why your girl gone now.
Yeah,
You want to marry everybody but her.
I do want to marry her. Nigga, shit.
How old is she? Because you said 30 was too old.
27,
How old are you?
Okay. You got to grow up.
How old are you?
How old are you? Yeah.
36.
Oh, so you scared of a woman's intellect.
Hell no, I'm scared of
You a
old
little boy. You
I'm scared of old
boyish in the
pussy.
head.
33 is still
boyish
hitting
in the
great
head.
over here.
Nah, hell no, I'm scared of
You
old
boyish in
pussy.
the head,
Nah, I'm
bro.
old pussy. I'm scared. I hate an old.
You really think they get that worn out with time?
Yes, they do.
They got a surgery. They put a
believe that?
laser up
Man,
in there.
nigga,
You must have got a hold of an ex-smoker. So.
man, I ain't getting on no ex-smoker, nigga.
These fucking bottle girls and shit.
No, I mean, we already know
Yeah,
when him and his girl come home,
yeah.
they swapping other people's fluids.
Nah, no, yeah, nigga. Shit.
Nigga, you said she cheating on you, you cheating on her.
Yeah, that was my first girlfriend. You know, I
Somebody speed bagging her tonsils, you over there lollipopping some real female and coming home, y'all
Wack,
kissing
you don't know what you going home to kiss to.
Oh, yes, I do.
He knows. He's got her under 24/7 supervision.
Sailor's right.
Oh, no, I don't got it, bro. That shit you do, I don't go through my woman's phone and all that. That's crazy.
Some shit.
Stop lying, Wack. You go through the phone, you do all that, Wack. Stop lying.
Yeah, I think I do this shit.
Bro, if you doing that,
anybody, bitch, I'm.
if
You gotta
you
go to their
doing that,
phone.
if you doing that,
You gotta go. You gotta know who manipulating, who asking for interviews.
if you got to
don't
worry
know
about that,
shit.
you go
Yeah,
through
yeah.
your girl phone.
No.
If you got to worry
He
about
ain't got
that,
to. He ain't got to. He ain't got to.
I don't gotta go to
That's
my- I don't do
Adam.
that, bro.
That's Adam. At the age you at right now, you don't care.
who don't care?
You.
What you
Oh,
mean?
he cares.
You. The matter of fact, you can talk about my age gap.
Yeah.
You dropped. You left some. You left a cougar to go down a little bit.
But only a little bit.
No, hold on.
Only a little bit.
Hold on.
She's only a couple years younger
Hold
than
on.
him.
Wait, hold on. She 45, nigga.
No, but she look like she 33.
Well, I mean,
So
You ain't gonna
what?
never, you ain't gonna never find it
28.
again.
She
You ain't
takes
gonna
care
never
of
find it again.
herself.
I
You ain't
don't
gonna never find
need to find
it
it
again. You ain't
again.
gonna listen.
My 45 is outrunning your 27.
Nah, hell nah.
And Benji knocking fire from her right now.
Hell nah.
Nigga, she know you in Cali.
There I got.
Somebody busting that
I
ass.
got to stop saying that, bro.
Huh?
Stop saying that shit.
You know somebody hitting her.
No, nobody.
You ain't hitting her?
Shit, I just hit.
When?
Nigga took before I left.
Before you left?
I gave.
And you telling me it didn't feel different?
Hell nah.
Huh?
Nah, hell nah.
You telling me it feel different? I'm gonna tell you what to pay attention to. Now, when I say this, I don't want to look up at you on the blogs for assault. If she start kissing different and moving different, another nigga told her that. So you gonna notice it. All of a sudden, it can be the slightest thing. You're going to notice it. At that point, I'm being a brother to you. It's over with. Because whoever that individual is, God, I'm being real, bro. I'm telling you, if a nigga get a hold of her, get her mind, she's gonna start adjusting to him. She's not gonna even realize when she making love to you, she's doing the shit that she's now taught to do. The minute you detect the slightest little thing, you done used to do that, it's over with,
It's
bro.
over with, my boy.
It's done.
I'm just being real.
That's DGT.
It's done.
Where we calling it from? You said what? You want the chat to give you a call? Call me again, and I'm gonna make sure everybody call you 100 times a night. You understand that? Call me again. Call me again. Your phone gonna ring all fucking night, dummy.
Why are you giving him this warning? That doesn't sound like his problem right now.
No, I think she's sick and tired.
Uh-huh.
When a woman's fed up, ain't nothing you can do about it. I think she comes back, doubles back, he lures her back in, but the fact that she can come and go, she's detached.
No, nobody come and go. I control everything around me. Sometimes, my mouth, but my businesses was more important. I need somebody to come back and run my businesses, man. That right
So
now.
you don't want her back, you want her.
You're looking for an employee.
I want everything. I want the whole package back. You understand what I'm saying? So, at the end of the day, you realize that, and you realize being in the street. See, sometimes outside pussy make you love something that's
You
at
want her
home
back,
better.
but you in Cali buying pussy.
That's true. There's a little bit of truth to that, yeah.
Listen, outside pussy make your relationship stronger. You understand what I'm saying?
Because you realize how good you got it.
Listen, I went to a girl house the other day. The bitch had a ring around her toilet. So I just went in there, I hurried up, and then I got in that car and I called
You hit her, come to Cali. No, hit her, and you hit your girl. And you come to Cali, you buy some more pussy.
Oh, red ass nigga putting the story together. Why are you doing that?
Tell you
why are you doing that, bro? Why are you doing it? You like to destroy
Rainwater woman. I'm gonna tell you, I got the perfect man for you. He always home. He gonna treat you right. He a yellow nigga named Yellow Beezy. Pull up on him. He can't even leave the house.
Why you
About to do 40 years.
He can't leave the house. The niggas on house arrest. And let me tell you something. He gonna blow your back out.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
Like it's his last chance.
Like it's his last chance.
Like
Don't
he's
let
never
it be
gonna do it
raining.
again.
Huh?
As long as they give me my money, I'm gonna.
Huh?
Yeah, go tell me, yo, listen.
Hey, I'm pretty sure you got some text messages when you was arguing with your girl about Yellow Beezy. I know our black woman. He a bitch ass nigga. That's why you got kicked in the ass.
Oh no, listen, one thing.
I know she didn't say something.
Listen, one thing about my,
Have she said something to you?
Hell no, I don't worry about none of that. Listen, before I had some money, I used to use my dick to survive. You understand what I'm
feel
saying?
that.
Real talk. I used to go the shit out of somebody and take them to a call center and drive their car and everything. I know.
And you saying the nigga never had no complaints?
That's how you know. A lot of these dudes, they wasn't nothing before they got on the internet, for they got involved with people that they can leech on to make money. They don't got no talent. You hear me? Wack, Rainwater, niggas ain't got no talent. They don't got no self hustle. They got manipulation hustle, where they got to use another person to manipulate to make money.
Nigga, what? No, hell
He never had no complaints.
Nigga, that's what I do.
There it go.
That's what I did.
There it go. On that message, we out of here. We out of the Wax Show. We out.
Don't give him a chance to respond.
Gay shit. Gay shit.
That's gay.
These are pop rules.
No, wait.
Gay shit. These are pop rules on some gay shit. Trying to trick a nigga on some gay shit.
I got one last thing to say.
To the shit.
Wait.
Hey, man,
Can we agree that Kanye made the song of the year?
This is
What?
All my.
Going to say
That's the chorus.
They're going to say Jen Lee said.
No, I don't want to say that part.
Go say Jen
But
Lee.
we're gonna have to bleep myself in that anyway. It's banned on all platforms, but he got a whole room full of black dudes saying
Who is?
in a song.
Hey, he said that?
Kanye?
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
That's the fucking hook on the song. You ain't heard it?
Nah, Kanye. Kanye said what he wanted.
I mean,
You know what I'm scared of?
it's
only one
banned
thing
on
they can
all
do to him
streaming
right now.
platforms.
Let's lock him up.
That's it.
What?
Yeah, I'm a Boosie fan, man. We ain't listening to Kanye. Kanye going that Boosie, man.
Yeah, Boosie cool, but he don't rap about enough.
Boosie and Ray J got some music over there.
You know?
You need to pull up on Ray J. Got a streaming house.
Oh, Ray J and Terry Real got some music. I thought Ray J stole your car. I heard that too. I bet you said Ray J took off in your car.
You believe every motherfucking thing.
But I mean, them checks.
We cannot steal each other. If I want, bro, I just go take the key and leave. They do the same
them
shit.
checks go to you anyway, so you can take it where you want to.
No, what you mean?
Oh, you want a hundred guy? A hundred NT?
No, Ray J gave me my first job in music.
Oh, okay. So you respect him.
He gave me my first job in music, like as a exec.
Now, look, what motivated me when I went to sleep? I woke up this morning. They said the game is selling his $7 million house.
Yeah, that's because of Wack's genius legal counsel about just ignoring lawsuits.
What do you mean?
I mean, are you the one who told him to just not go to court?
Why would you assume that?
I feel like you were kind of taking credit for this, like it was a genius strategy at one point.
No, it wasn't that he didn't just not go to court.
Wack always takes credit until it goes sour. It's like he's convincing you to fuck yourself. I'm sure he told Game not to go to court, thinking that shit was gonna work. But now that it backfired, he don't want no parts of that shit.
He went in, did a dental procedure. I don't know if it was a root, whatever it was serious. So when he went to leave, the doctor gave him his medication and told him, I don't want you to fly or none of this type of shit. The next day, we were supposed to be in Chicago for court. I'm at the airport. I called him. He said, bro, the doctor told me whatever medication he gave him, they didn't want him in the air. So I sent the paperwork to the attorney. This shit is on the record. The attorney goes in and tells him he was advised that he couldn't fly. The judge don't want to hear it. The judge takes the paperwork, calls the dentist on the record. The dentist answered. He said, yeah, that's my patient. This. We did this. He can't fly for at least 5 to 7 days, right? So the judge begins to say, well, I've had dental work before and I flew. So the dentist telling, you telling me that is like me telling you what to do on that stand. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So
they thought that the judge was gonna buy that shit. Come on, man. This is why I tell you, these people go to school for this shit. 6, 7, 8 years for this shit. This shit that Wack thinks he can manipulate people with, it don't work with them, man. Wack running around the internet thinking his manipulation game is strong. He going at Loose Cannon's lawyer, playing that game. And I told you, lawyers, criminal defense attorneys, prosecutors, and judges, they're all lawyers. They go to school for the same exact shit now. Wack thinks that he can play with Loose Cannon's lawyer like he played with the judge with this dental shit. They ain't buy it. Smack, $7 million, sir. They not buying that shit that you selling, Wack.
The judge said that we ruling that he just was a no-show. The original lawsuit was only for $2 million. The judge boosted it up.
Wow.
That's how it happened. Right. So then we put in
this would happen when you get a manager like Wack 100. When you get a manager like Wack 100, that's what happens. The judge find out your manager is Wack 100 and you got a lawsuit, he boosting your shit up. Just because you affiliated with Wack 100.
Appeals, this shit been for 10 years. So through all the appeal process, back and forth and all that, it finally ended up where it ended up. So it wasn't like he just didn't go.
Okay, but is it likely, in your opinion, that this will get overturned?
I don't know. I think
because it's a default judgment.
I think it's other things that could happen.
It might get into
it's other negotiations that could happen.
So he ain't selling the house.
I don't know. I haven't. I gotta talk to the financial people.
He don't know now. The house is gone, Wack. Come on, man. Hey, Wack. I tell you, when Wack know he had part in somebody fucking some shit up, he automatically doesn't know anything. But if it's something that he wants to brag about, he knows the details. This why Wack ain't saying nothing about the big U RICO indictment in detail. Because he knows the detail. He knows what he encouraged Loose Cannon to do was him and being instructed to do that to make the case solid. So he ain't talking about that. He's so concerned with trying to make it that Loose Cannon lawyer broke attorney-client privileges and antagonizing Loose Cannon's lawyer. I'm telling you, they got something coming for Wack, says.
A bad motherfucker. What the hell?
Yeah, he put it together from scratch. He did that.
Now, one thing about you have had some artists though. I can't lie about that.
I mean, we got some other shit going on.
Every time, fuck it up.
Yeah, you know he had.
Extort who?
He
The
had
only
some
people who extort people is you.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Who am I extorting?
Nigga, you paying them people $50 a day to come sit in the news and stream all day. Is that shit even that shit is against the law?
What?
That ain't even labor. That's against all labor.
Don't give anybody any
labor
ideas.
rules.
Hey, and how you did Hellcat? Introduce Hellcat to Drewski, man.
Hell,
I
Hellcat
know.
should be
Don't
on
you
the
think he would
show
love her?
as the #1 stud in the world?
That's why I was watching that show the whole time thinking
Yeah.
Hellcat
What
needs to
about
be
the
on
lady? You
this.
still with the lady?
What lady?
The big chick?
Oh yeah, Big E, hell yeah, Big E.
Big E,
Big, I got Big E and obviously Chris, man. I'm done with that nigga shit, man.
What?
I'm done with that with the nigga rap.
Oh,
No tough
no,
rap.
Huh?
No tough music.
me.
No drill music.
Man, that shit
No
don't make no
gangster
goddamn money.
tunes.
I'm like Big X now. I'm trying to give him country shit, you know.
You trying to find a Shabuzi?
Travis got a song coming out
Yeah, man.
Travis
with
yeah?
Victim 1.
Oh, for real?
Victim 1 and Big U's indictment is featuring Travis Ford. I got the song.
So he-
we releasing that up on 100 ENT.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, you use?
He talking
Yeah.
crazy.
It's crazy.
Who's victim one?
Victim.
Dean.
Dale.
Oh, Vic
Dale.
One.
Dale raps?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, no deal,
You
man.
need to go to Dark Skin the Plug and get this good on Worldstar. Y'all want these Worldstar plug, Dark Skin the Plug.
Doski the plug.
Dark Skin the Plug.
Dark
Skin the plug.
You know, Worldstar still kind of booming.
Yeah.
Man, Worldstar.
So Dale got a song coming out with Travis Ford. It's a lot of funny shit going on around here. I'm telling you. You gotta watch these guys. Wack, one of those type people that you want to make sure you stay the hell away from.
Credibility been over with when they figured out what they was doing. You
Who's
remember
suing
that?
him?
What was they
You
doing?
don't remember that?
What?
What Worldstar was doing?
What was they doing?
You don't remember then?
Faking views.
You probably wasn't in it.
It was fake
Remember that
reviews?
shit?
I mean, the numbers when you look at the website are pretty
Remember
questionable.
It was some crazy. It was
I don't
something
hear
crazy.
nobody
going on.
talking about Worldstar no more.
I dropped Big E and Fredo Bang last night. Worldstar. It did pretty good. About 100,000.
Yeah. So you got some.
Bunch of labels calling.
Now, if you drop that same shit on YouTube, what it do?
Regular YouTube? I ain't dropped it on YouTube.
I bet you did.
Oh, it was on It was a YouTube. It was Worldstar
that shit
YouTube.
did 1,000.
Worldstar YouTube pretty good still. They still doing them.
Did you drop the same song on YouTube?
On Worldstar YouTube, yeah. Yeah.
No, that's Worldstar on their YouTube.
On their YouTube, yeah.
No, Big E YouTube.
Oh, no, he'll not drop it on Worldstar YouTube.
You
guys are
can't
like-
use Mo3 YouTube.
Hell no, I'm on 3 YouTube. I'm still using it. I got.
What you do with it?
I got 2 more albums. I just dropped 3 videos.
I asked you how did it? Did you
Oh,
drop
it
that?
almost go.
Yeah, that's good work.
It almost go.
I
Yeah.
fuck with his music.
Guys just gave me approved for 2 more albums. You know, that's why I'm looking for a house out here.
Huh?
That's why I'm looking for a house out here.
You're gonna move out here.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I like it out here.
You want me to survive, bro.
What? I'm a survivor.
Rainwater on the Adam and Wack show. 3rd permanent
Yeah.
host. Imagine.
Yeah.
Fuck
Listen,
no.
if I could find a house for $2 million right here,
Rainwater better not do it.
that's pretty good. That's pretty
2
good.
million is
I'm
pretty-
gonna keep my house.
Pretty
out
big
there.
budget. I think it'd be all right. You could probably find something
2 million.
nice.
Now my house in Dallas 1.7.
Especially.
That's a nice house.
You're used to living out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Fucking out here, if you're okay
seen
with
some
living a
shit
half
in
hour
Heath.
outside the city, you
Crazy.
could-
That's where I just moved from. Yeah.
300,000, some crazy.
Yeah, but listen, if me moving out here, I probably clear about $50,000 to $100,000 a month.
doing what?
do what I do in Texas. The hustle out here, you can run it to anybody and then get them for 10,000, 20,000. Man,
What are you doing?
just everything. Listen,
robbing people?
I'm starting a podcast at the Friday House right now. And I guarantee I'll make 10,000 a week up there at Craig House on the Fort. So I'm just moving around.
Shout out to Friday House.
I hate when people are like vague about their hustle.
Hold on.
Just tell me what you do.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You
doing.
didn't hear Victims One intro.
Oh shit.
The intro to your song?
Oh,
For the ones that think it was sweet, the cannon don't mean nothing if the barrel's loose. Huh. You didn't have a clue.
What was it? It's a
That's the intro to Victim One. Victim One.
Wow.
That's attorney.
yeah, man.
Victim One in the paperwork.
Why are you putting
The
him
one
in
that
this
got
situation?
extorted.
Oh, so you cool with him?
No,
He did a song.
See, it don't matter.
Yeah,
See,
we did a song.
No, that was before. I
Why
don't think
you invite him on here to pick on him?
We did this song probably like
No, he didn't
6
know.
months ago.
But you still,
know.
but you
He wants you to stop the rollout.
yeah, you want to stop the rollout. You
No.
still gonna put it out there, right?
I'm putting it out.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna.
He told me to put it out.
I told him to put it out.
I'm gonna promote it.
I mean, this guy got indicted like months ago.
So it don't matter.
Dale said put it
The
out.
streets don't matter no more.
You talk to him?
Yeah, man, put
Yeah,
that shit
a little
out.
bit.
Listen,
So he cool with putting it
Kind of
out?
like
Travis Ford, you got kids.
I know. I know that nigga.
Yeah,
How do
put
you
that
know
bitch
that?
out. Put that bitch out. He can put too many hoes. He ain't got hoes.
You ain't gonna
I got kids in house.
You ain't gonna be able to go to the west side. You put that out.
Oh man, we making bangers.
Yeah, for real.
That's a hit.
And
That's a hit song
He put up
before
100 deep with strippers. Ain't nobody finna protest
with
that.
strippers.
With a cake too?
With a cake.
Yeah, ain't nobody
With a
finna
cake.
take that, nigga.
Strippers in the game.
Yeah, I gotta go to the Pornhub Awards. I don't know if you guys want to keep talking
Porn up
or if
tonight.
you're done. Yeah, I
Trying
gotta
to
go.
go too. That's my what?
I'll see if I can get a +1.
Man, we on Baddies Hub. We on Baddies Hub.
Baddies Hub.
What the fuck is that?
You all over there. You all over there.
They don't got an awards show.
Yo. Wack said Dale and Travis Ford got a song that they did 6 months ago. Wack said he knew Dale shit was hot in October. I'm trying to tell you, these dudes, they be lying. Wack know well that man Wack working, man. They politics is crazy. Let's see what we got here, y'all. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Subscribe, share, hit that like button. Let's see what they got here. Somebody just sent me this here. Hold up.
I ain't never met Charleston White.
Let that man go back to
But
sleep. That
listen,
man.
I'm gonna be real.
Call me when you
We
walk
didn't have
up. I'm here.
situations over the
Call
last
me when
month
you
or two
walk up.
happen.
I'm dropping address.
All that do this right here,
You want to do? You
but
just
we didn't call them
with
kids,
the kids.
called
I don't
the
like
police.
niggas like you. All proof with the kids. You. That's why.
Kids, what kids? What
You mean?
kids?
You
Okay,
mean,
hey bro,
Wack
you got
stands
that.
for Wack. Wack
Hey,
100.
you got that. You the
Wack
man that
stands
want
for Wack.
attention from another man.
You
Just
feel
calling
like
the
wanna be
police
ass
these
bitch.
days, for real.
Fake
So you
Suge
got
Knight
that.
wanna be ass.
Unless you tell me, I want you to tell me you a threat to me.
I'll
So then
tell
when
you in
we
your face I'll be
say
in
it
California
verbally,
when you need me there.
say that you a threat to me and that this is a mutual thing, that no police gonna be involved.
Man,
You
quit
call
trying
the
to
police.
flip.
Whatever you do, never tell Wack 100 that you threatening him. Don't do that. You see his tactics. He want to get you to admit to some shit so he can line you the fuck up.
All that.
Won't you
I'm
say
not
it?
no. I'm listen to me. I'm not no threat
Listen,
to
I'm
you,
a
you're not no
mutual threat to you. I will not. Won't you say it?
I will do
No,
that
I
for
should
you.
have said
You
it, though.
and none of your sister ass
My
friends.
attorney
with your
told
finger
me
in the
them
ass.
to say
You a
these
finger
things.
in the
Mutual
you
me.
got a kid.
Don't call
You
me.
them little girls.
Y'all
You
know
them
what I'm
little
saying?
girl who your daughter age.
You
And
got
want-
him. Yo, Gate, you called me over here for this?
Yo, Gate, that we call you for. Me.
phone,
What you talking about?
The stranger screaming at himself.
I don't want to hear that. Not
Don't hear
today,
this nigga?
Wack. Cause your
Well,
name
you
is
won't
the right
go
name.
fill out an
Wack.
application
And you
to get a
suck
job.
Adam. You suck Adam.
Everything about this. I want you to say this is mutual. You are a threat to me, and you won't call the police. Can you verbally say that for the record?
All you do is try to create content.
Say you are a mutual threat to me, and you won't call the police.
Then what's going on? Saying that you he called you out and stuff like that.
He called.
Keep saying that he don't like.
I don't even know this. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
you know me.
Screaming.
You got to calm down. You got to tell me the reason why you want to
calm down with a proof of face.
Who is it? What are you talking about? You called me over. This grown man with a 20.
Well, send me your number.
Just 3-4 years later on Clubhouse, bro.
We ain't gotta talk. We ain't gotta talk. Same shit you told me last time. Drop my location. I dropped it. You
Tell me you a mutual threat. Tell me you a mutual threat to me for the record. Just say
it. No threat. You no threat.
Nah, see what I'm saying?
I know that's right.
Hear me out. You got to give me a reason why you want to Wack in here. Like, what you got to do? It's a bunch of you.
But why he with them babies like that, though? Why he when you can't go find in your daughter's age, you
can't put that on. You know how many folks lie on Wack, man? Just like the video, he had to prove that shit. A lot of people lie on this man. They hate this man, bro.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro?
You can't put that on that man's jacket, man. Come on, bro.
But look, you see, he won't say he a mutual threat. Gates, I done had 3 call the police for real.
I will never call no police on no 50.
It cost me $50,000 on these filing KG. All I want you to say is you a mutual threat to me as I am to you, and you won't call the police.
You just said it for me.
No, you say it.
You're no mutual threat, and I'm no mutual threat.
No, nigga, I'm saying, Gates, you talk that shit. But then when do something, they go call the police, bro. I'm telling you what I...
Wack gonna call the police. Straight up. Wack gonna call the police. I don't know who the guys on there with him yelling, but you can't go at Wack like that. You know, I guess he want to yell so he can yell over top of Wack, but I don't know.
California ass, you would never.
Gate, I'm telling you what's real now. I don't even entertain niggas like this no more. They do it. And then as soon as I tap them on their shoulder, they go straight to the police, bro.
Nah.
And I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even let like this on my flow, bro.
I know. Right.
Can't that don't know you just start saying a bunch, cause it's like he's trying to get your attention. It's like some female like shit. Like I don't even know this. All right, bro. Look, you win. If you're not gonna voluntarily say that we're both mutual threats to each other willingly,
shut your fuck you a big sis ass.
Now the nigga say that we're both mutual threats to each other. Wack could get you to talk yourself into a case so that it makes it easy for them to identify. You can't challenge Wack like that, man. Only way you can go at Wack is playing his game with them people.
So it can be an even playground. If you really got that.
I'm a voluntarily threat to any I get into it with. And I will not call no laws. If I do, right? If I attempt to, it's a mutual thing and should no charges be filed.
You heard what he said. He was about to tell on himself. If he do call the law, we know you gonna call the law, Wack. You just try to get people to incriminate themselves.
To any, but he won't say that.
I'm gonna keep it real, Wack. He said, Wack owe you some money on the pharmacy. I don't know what he said.
Don't owe it no money. Yo, Gates, when you gonna realize this is a grown man infatuated with a man? I don't even know this.
I be like, I said you can't talk.
I don't even know this. He wants to say he argued with Wack. That's it. Like feminine shit. That's it. I don't know this.
Come on mute. You on mute,
He ain't got nothing else to talk about Ooh, and look what he gonna do is clip it and send it to all his friends. I got into it with Wack.
Keep impressing the kids. You ain't nothing to get into it with.
Where's your
Suge Knight ass? Want to be shit?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
You want to be another one ain't shit.
What is he talking about?
Where your proof at?
I'm just talking, bro.
Where his proof at?
Where his proof at? He said he was about to his ass like that girl said.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, okay.
Yo,
Come
gay.
on, bro. Come
Yo,
on,
gay.
shut your mouth.
Yo,
You gonna believe these women, bro? A woman, bro?
come
That
on,
hurt
bro.
already?
What?
So just cause the woman said it fast.
Crazy.
So I'm saying though, cause I'm be honest, bro. I ain't gonna even count like Wack. I'm be honest, like I feel like you two up. I'm be honest with Wack. Like
That will never say none of that in my presence, bro. Ever in life. That's a
I ain't
fact.
gonna lie, cause every time he come in the room, be on something that I ain't gonna lie, Wack. I put but I do.
Yeah, but I don't even know that, bro. That gay.
My boy,
Gay.
but I be. That's why I
Gay,
said,
let me tell you
let me go.
something. If you come to my room and something you don't know, keep out of it. I'm gonna call it. Like, bro, why you don't know?
Your young ass up.
That's what I be saying, but I be like, I be telling, I be like, man, what you gotta get in,
I'm the
man?
OG. Your young ass, the OG. Now
This
step.
must be high. He too, bro. Why is
I know that's
hard?
right. I know he too high. He too high. Shut no, he too real, and you can't take real. You fake ass.
I don't know.
I know you can't take real, cause
Well,
you
okay,
fake
well,
as
pull
high.
up.
If you ever come my way,
Oh my,
you
you
hear
hear
me?
this? You hear
You
this?
understand what I'm saying?
Hear this?
Record that.
As soon as it can tap him on his shoulder, he gonna call the police, bro.
He gonna call the police, bro. Boy, I ain't never called the police in my life.
Your mom.
Look, I got a
stupid.
question. What is your biggest issue with this man? Cause it's a lot. You feel like, now I ain't putting this on Wack Jack, but if you feel like he doing all this, what is your business that got to do with you? Cause I'm quite sure it's another mother that doing it. Why it's so personal with you that you want to do something to Wack?
I
Why?
don't want to do nothing. I don't want to do nothing Wack. I don't want to do nothing Wack. Wack talking about he'll do something to everybody, so come do something to me, nigga.
What you
Quit fucking with
talking
them
about?
kids. Come do something to a real OG.
You keep screaming kids, gay.
Cause that's what you
Shut up, nigga, I'm
kids. You sister.
It's the cut.
Sister ass
Nigga sound like Charles.
fake ass.
Hey, listen.
Go
Gay.
slide
Gay.
on them,
This
nigga.
could make y'all
Gays,
really
listen to me,
to this.
Gays. Gays, listen to me.
Adam, you in the wrong room,
I'll
nigga.
personally give you the money.
This ain't the
On my
100
word,
side, nigga.
nephew, it'll be a
It's
help.
the OG side.
You said what?
This ain't the 100 side. This the
It'll be a
OG
head
side.
up.
You ain't
Look,
Jay this guy.
it'll be a head up. My word to you. Bring the Cali with you, Gays. And I'll
He
take
just
it.
said he finna be in Cali. I told him.
When?
That's what I told him. Then what I told him. I said, I think that would be a smart thing to do, to go in that man playground, be playing around and Wack playing.
Okay.
But
I'm
when?
sure. Hey, Gate. I promise you.
Bro, when?
Gate.
But that would be smart.
Listen, Gate.
That
Bro,
man
when?
It's on my mama grave. Gate.
Bro, when?
Listen.
Bro, when?
You listen.
Said,
Just like you got pulled
The
out
worst-
and shit like that. This man Wack got pulled.
When?
You can say what you want to say. Wack can pull some strings,
I
bro.
touched that like where
Show me.
you coming?
Show me, sissy. Show me,
I don't know where
man,
you
sissy. Show me, sissy.
Okay, where you at?
Show me, sissy. I done sent
Where
you
you
my
at?
address. You studying from these people. I done sent
Send
you
me-
my
okay,
address.
send it to
Nigga,
me
I
then.
sent you everything. Shut your
Oh, you did-
sis
you done
ass.
sent me
I
nothing.
know that's right. That's how I know you a
Oh, you
sissy
send me
lying.
something, no, you
You a sissy lying ass hoe
Okay.
ass. Shut your
take all this screaming
night
to get
night.
it.
Night night. Bye.
Send
Night
it.
night.
Send it.
Night night. This my
Yo, this
ain't no
nigga,
Wack.
hey, bro.
Ain't no Wack run shit over
Hey,
there
Jay,
on
I
that side.
promise you.
Get your
On my
Hey,
floor.
BB.
I
Finna be
promise you,
screaming
on
at
my
no
floor.
man he
If
don't
I'm
know.
on your floor, bunch of sister ass you gonna run me off.
You got it. You
Man,
got
run
it.
me your floor.
Jay, this what you call me over here for?
You talking about he been with kids and it ain't no proof.
Just talk.
It sound like Charleston White.
Invite me to your floor.
I said that.
Why it sound like Charleston White, bro?
I'm Charleston Black.
Sound like Charleston White.
I'm Charleston Black. Charleston White. I'm Charleston Black.
He said I'm Charleston Black.
Bro, I can sound like Charleston White, boy.
I don't even know.
Cuz I thought he was
I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know what the personal stuff he got against you, Wack, man, but he
Y'all be acting like something.
He
Ain't nothing.
infatuated with me, Gay. He infatuated with me.
But y'all better realize.
For a reason I don't know.
You said, well,
Infatuated with a man, bro. I don't know. Don't even follow.
Infatuated with a sissy. Boy, you got me. I like that.
That's cool.
SBGB TV, live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from. Block list be getting long. Block list getting long. Yeah, block list getting long. Block list getting long.
Again, you ain't gonna come out here and say it. You ain't gonna tell me where you at.
On my mama grave, when I come out there, I swear to God.
The worms that ate that, you been gone.
Listen to me.
The worms that ate that.
When I come out there, hold on.
The worms ate that. Older brother with your mama. Your older brother with your mama, bro.
When I come out there, I'm going to call Gate. I'm going to let you know exactly where I'm at. And I guarantee you, you won't put up with these.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Well, my cousin run Cali, you stupid.
That's cool. We with all that. You do that. You know these politics out here.
Yeah, I know
that any tell you they run Cali is don't nobody know.
Go to the world, blow.
Don't know to run Cali.
You'll see.
7-4, you talking about some movers? You really finna get backdoored.
You ain't
Please send that information.
I won't get backdoored by you because you scary.
Okay, send it.
You scary.
All you gotta do is send it.
When you see me one-on-one.
All you gotta do is...
Wack said send the info now. You wanted him in here, you got him. I take that man personally early in the morning and told him man to come in here. You know every time I take Wack the room, he pull up, bro. So you got this, bro. So what you
screaming about nothing, bro. Like, I don't even know this.
Send the info or not?
Send it.
Hey, but look though. You gonna send the info?
All you gotta do is send it. Or he can come out, it don't matter. Don't matter to me. I'm gonna show him, but I can tell him.
This man wanted you to come here and did all this yelling.
That's all they gonna do. That's
don't try to move sis ass, man. I don't even know that we can't. You know who I am. You sis and fat ass. Why had you out of breath in 2 minutes? I'll knock your ass. You wanna do a charity boxing match? You wanna do
Here we go with the clout. No. I'm gonna whoop your ass right there on the asphalt.
You don't wanna do that. Cause I'll knock your ass out in front of all your power.
We gonna put it on tape. It's gonna
knock your ass out in front of all your power.
Gates, here it go.
You a fat,
here go the truth.
Shape ass
here go the truth now, Gates.
Here go the truth now, Gates.
Can we do it, charity? Your charity.
Misguide, mother. I'm gonna guide y'all the right way.
I don't even know you. Why are you even paying attention to me?
Hey, listen. When I come out
if I don't know you, why are you pitching to me?
Listen, you fat, weak, bald-headed, pie-face.
He didn't even give his baby mama this attention yesterday.
Yeah, my man.
He ain't half it. That's what you say. Put that on your dead ass mama.
You talking to a gangster?
Put that on your mama. Put that on your mama.
Sis ass.
Put that on your mama.
Put that on your mama. That happened up.
Whoever the fuck this is, they tweaking out.
What you talking about? Do you know what they finna is down there make round up?
Yeah, whoever that is, they tweaking the fuck out. Yeah, they tweaking all the way out. Whoever the fuck that was. I don't even know who it was. I know they tweaking the fuck out. Tweaking. Yeah, they tweaking the fuck out. Let me see here. Yeah, they tweaking the fuck out. I don't even know who the fuck that was.
The rap.
Yeah, they tweaked all the way the fuck out. What they say about Tory, man?
For shooting, Megan Thee Stallion is in stable condition tonight after allegedly being stabbed by another inmate in the prison yard in California. Sources say Tory Lanez was rushed to the hospital. He's expected to be okay. He's serving that 10-year sentence for shooting Megan Thee Stallion as they left an LA party back in July 2020. Priya Shrithar is joining us now. I mean, people know Tory Lanez. What happened here?
Hey, Hallie, that's right. Well, we don't have a lot of information about this just yet, but what we do know from the spokesperson for that California Correctional Institute is that this attack occurred at around 7:20 this morning. They didn't give further information about exactly how Tory Lanez was stabbed or what the potential motivation could be or where he was stabbed, but they did say that staff immediately rendered medical aid. He was transported to a local hospital, and he is suffering from non-life-threatening injuries. However, several other media outlets, including the Los Angeles Times, are reporting that this was another inmate who used a shank to stab him several times. Now, just to jog your memory about what he was exactly doing in jail in the first place, as you mentioned, he is serving a 10-year sentence. He was convicted back in December of 2022 on 3 different felony charges: assault with a semi-automatic firearm, having a loaded unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and discharging a firearm with gross negligence. Now, this all stems from an incident back in July of 2020 when Megan Thee Stallion actually testified at the trial that he, after they were departing a party at Kylie Jenner's house, they were walking towards an SUV that they should have been riding back together in when he apparently shot at her feet and told her to dance in the driveway. Now, since then, the rapper has attempted to appeal for another trial.
Hey, yo. You know the crazy thing is with this right here, with the news, the regular, media, this man got stabbed 14 times. They literally tried to take him out, right? And all they reporting about is what got him in there. Not the person that did this, the person that committed an act of attempted murder inside the jail, that had a knife, however he made it, inside of a jail. They ain't talking about that. They not talking about the prison, whereas though you supposed to be getting a chance to reform. You supposed to be there to get your life in order so you can come back in the world. And the prison's supposed to have a structure for you to do that. They're not talking about the prison being out of control and letting the people in there have knives all over the prison. Because if they wanted to stop that shit, they can stop it. Anything that they want to stop, they can stop. But they not talking about that. The man got stabbed, and they talking about what got him there. Damn. Dude could have lost his life. They said his lungs collapsed and everything. He was on a breathing machine, stabbed in his head, in his face, in his back. And they ain't talking about that. They talking about what he's there for. This is why the main media is so weak. This is why the main media is so weak, man.
He hasn't been successful in those attempts, but actually earlier this year, Hallie, Megan Thee Stallion said that he was using surrogates to harass her from jail, and a judge actually issued a protective order for her until the year 2030. Hallie?
Thanks for watching.
This is why the main media is so weak, man. Straight up. This is why the main media is so weak. Y'all should be talking about the jails allowing this kind of shit to go on there consistently. We only know about this situation because it's Tory Lanez. This shit happening all the time in them jails. The gangs run the jails. Not the COs. The gangs run the jail. Straight up. You said they saying Mexicans did it. Damn. And from my understanding, he was looking out for jokers in the jail. And we all know that, well, people that been incarcerated before, and for people that haven't been incarcerated, when something's about to go down in the jails, Everybody on the block knows about this shit except the person that they doing it to. Straight up. When something go down inside the jails, everybody knows that it's about to go down. The movements change. People start distancing themselves. But the person that it's about to happen to, they don't know shit until it go down. But they stabbed that man 14 times though. They definitely tried to kill him. It wasn't no, we trying to just hurt him. They were trying to take him out. You know. And I hope the man sued to jail. Fuck it. You know, the man in there doing his time. He's convicted, trying to fight his shit on the appeal. But he in there with people that are willing to take it to the extent to kill him, and the jail's not protecting him. You know, that shit. But that's how I go in the prisons, man. You know, that's why you got to be mindful. You know, we innocent until proven guilty, but you know, it look like we guilty till innocent, and even if you innocent, you still could be found guilty. You know, it's your association with people, man. You know, the brother might have did what he did, and if he did do that, that was foul. But damn, in the situation where as though you could damn near lose your life when it's supposed to be Department of Corrections. You know, I really think it's up to the person to correct. The jails don't correct you. You know, because there's people that go back and forth to jail like we see like 4 Extra. They go back and forth to jail all the damn time. So they don't get corrected. So it's up to the person, man. But I know damn well if they wanted to stop people from having knives and shit in the jail, they could do it. But there's certain things that go on in the world that, you know, they don't want it to stop. You know? And I really think that they don't care about people being reformed. It's a business. The revolving door is a business. And Tory Lanez, we only hearing about this shit because who it is. If it was somebody else, they wouldn't have told us about him. Just like they're not telling us about the person that did the crime. Because somebody committed a crime doing this shit. But they ain't telling us about that person. We don't know nothing about that person. At all. All we know about is Tory. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. You know what I'm saying? He said that prison, he didn't snitch on a real shooter. So he won't snitch on the stabber. But I'm sure that they know who did it. I'm sure they know who did it. You know what I'm saying? I think they know who did that. It was on the yard. I'm sure they got cameras out there. They be knowing what the hell be going on. He said that police shit he be doing so if they meet him, he can pop on them and beat the case legally. He said he in there flexing, making music. He gotta chill. You know the haters gonna hate. That's one thing that happened. You know, haters gonna always hate. They always gonna hate. Tory better pay attention though. Everybody ain't your friend. You know, he getting there helping them dudes out. And think they really rocking with him.
Testified. So for that, I'm gonna bring
shit
and his properties, to his arrest and indictment in September of 2024, to his multiple attempts to seek bail, to several superseding indictments. May 12th, 2025 marks the day the jury was finalized.
Yeah. Hold up.
Testified. So for that, I'm going to bring in law and crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is in that courthouse today. Elizabeth, so good to see you as always. First things first, okay? And I want to let you go because you haven't even eaten today. I know there's been so much going on today. So first things first, what was it like today getting into that courtroom? I understand you had trouble getting into that courtroom. What was the scene like?
Oh, well, Jesse, I got here super early, a little bit like around 7 o'clock a.m. this morning. And thankfully, we had somebody kind of holding a place in line for us because that's how many people want to be here, want to be inside that courthouse, want to be inside that courtroom, whether it's the general.
Man, Diddy was already found guilty in the public eye, man. I think in situations like this, it's hard for you to beat them. Especially in today's world with all the cameras. You know what I'm saying? I think it's hard. Then they got Cassie testifying. Diddy settled with Cassie for nothing. I don't think he should have settled with her. You know, I think he was wrong for what he did by beating on her. But you know, when they say the trafficking part, that shit be like, I think he was wrong for a lot of things. But trafficking, And you know, they say Diddy trying to blame it on that he was getting high.
Public, whether it's journalists, whether it's other lawyers just wanting to get a piece of the action. Let me tell you something, Jesse. When I came here this morning, the line was all the way.
Hey, listen. I agree with that guilty people settle. I would have never settled. You know, I'm taking a traffic ticket all the way. I'm taking a traffic ticket all the way. Straight up.
Down the block, and it was just crazy packed with so many journalists, so many people who just wanted a chance to again be inside that courtroom today. But it was just a madhouse. Like a lot of us in the media were kind of comparing it to the Hunger Games. It was really that serious because a lot of people wanted to make sure, one, that they had their place in line, and two, that they were able to get inside in their same place in line, because obviously with this being such a high profile trial with a lot of eyes on it, everyone wanted to be inside that courtroom. So there were some times people were cutting the lines, people were trying to get ahead, they were, you know, trying to get up in any way possibly that they could, because, you know, when the bailiffs take us up to that courtroom, you know, they're taking us in like, you know, maybe packs of like 6 or 7. It's never like the full group and then the rest are turned away. But there are some people who try to sneak in with the group that are going up, but, you know, the bailiffs, sometimes they catch it, sometimes they don't. But then, you know, us who have those press passes were able to kind of glide right through. But then there were, you know, still a packed courtroom today, especially for day one, especially for a very high profile day, that being opening statements. But it was crazy just to even get inside that courthouse today.
And I followed you on X, and you took a video of Rodney Lil Rod Jones, who filed his own lawsuit against Sean Combs. He showed up today. That was something, to say the least. I mean, was he in the courtroom at all? Were you surprised to see him? What was he doing?
I was a little surprised to see him kind of standing in the line, just, you know, like the rest of us. He came in probably, I would say, a little after maybe 7:30, like it was right before 8, because around like 8:30, they started bringing us into the court house. But, you know, I was kind of stunned to see him inside that line with all of us. He came in, he had the sunglasses on, he had 2 chains on, not to be confused with the rapper or anything like that. But, you know, a lot of cameras were inside his face, and through his attorney, he had pretty much said that he is not going to be making any type of comments, not going to be giving any type of interview. So we didn't see any of that while we were standing outside the courthouse, because remember, for our viewers, we're not allowed to have our phones in.
I gotta say this, right? People, man, you definitely gotta watch how you treat people. You know, we wasn't there, so we don't know what Diddy did, but you gotta watch how you treat people, man. You gotta watch who you involve yourself with. If you think because you got that paper you could treat people any type of way, they'd be the same people that be telling on you.
inside. As soon as we walk inside those doors, for the most part, the marshals, the bailiffs are telling us to turn our phones off. And so once we all got inside the courthouse, I saw him kind of standing in line with his attorney as well as his entourage, going up with members of the public. And so probably for the first half of the day, I did see him inside that courtroom. He was paying attention. He was following along with, the preemptive strikes of the jury selection, as well as the opening statements. And then around lunchtime, not kind of clear where he had went afterwards, or if maybe, had no idea where he went pretty much afterwards. So, and this afternoon I didn't see him in the courtroom, but for this morning, we definitely did see him inside that courtroom along with his attorney as well, too.
By the way, totally off topic here, but can I talk about something?
Spotted him with the Bible. At first we were like, is that a Bible? And then when he got up, put it inside of his, I guess, his legal briefcase or whatever he brings inside that courtroom, then we're like,
hey, RM, you say even the judge uses no Diddy term, I bet. Diddy was too cocky, man. They let this thing called money get a lot of jokers beside himself. And then you end up in this situation. Because Diddy got it beside himself, man. Doing too much. I know Diddy was doing something. I just don't think he was doing everything. Because they spice shit up. But when you get to treating people foul, those are the same people you got to worry about saying something against you. They might even exaggerate a little bit, but you got to worry about those people. Those are the people that you got to worry about turning on you, man. It's the people next to you, the people that you deal with. So you got to be mindful, man. Straight up. When you in position to, when you got that bag, you got to be mindful how you deal with people. Silence. That's what I say. Silence is the best way to handle people, especially when you're doing business and you got people working with you. Silence. Let a person be mad because you cut them off silently, because if you use words, they'll use them against you. It's better to be silent. A lot of people want to express themselves on why they cut somebody off. They got to get it out. That shit there only come back to bite you, because they going to use everything you say against you. It's just like when you have an argument with your significant other. When you say certain things, they never forget them, and they use those words against you. It's the same exact way with the people you got next to you. When there's war, there is no limit. It's beef. And people seem to forget that. A lot of people think that they money can buy them out of situations too. Man, I got the money. I can buy myself out. That shit don't work, man. Straight up. You said when Cassie first came out, he said she was lying. But when the video came out, he made a public apology. Yeah. Yes, he did. I already knew, he did something. We knew that. And I believe he was real messy. See, a lot of times you might not always get caught for exactly what you're doing. You might get caught for something else, and you might not all the way done what they saying you did. But that's how life go. Shit come around and it might come hard. Straight up. You say, yes, sir. Diddy paying for everything he did in the past to all the artists and women. Taking all the bread from Big, Craig Mack, 112, Lil Kim, Danity, Kane, Day 26, Carl Thomas, Total, Rob. Hey, Run the Table. That shit coming back. And they might be adding some of the shit onto his shit. But trust me, it's like you taking the hit from all the shit you slid through. And when people got that paper and they doing people fucked up, they really think that nothing can happen to them. But when you a criminal and you a consistent criminal, You always gonna make mistakes somewhere. That's why if you make it through certain points in your life and you able to elevate, you gotta leave your past in the past. But it's a lot of jokers that be getting money and they still feel like they got power. The money don't give you power. It just make you a target, in my eyes.
Okay, yeah, that was definitely a Bible. But as far as some memorable faces inside that courtroom today, it was really stacked. We had Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo. We had Lil Rod inside that courtroom. We had Doug Wigder inside that courtroom, and he's a notable face because he represents Cassie Ventura, who is expected to testify tomorrow. We had Quincy Brown inside that courtroom, one of Diddy's, he's Diddy's adopted son. We had Justin Combs, his mother Misa was inside that courtroom. We had Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Jesse Combs, Chance Combs, Janice Combs, that's going to be Diddy's mother. We had Dana Tran inside that courtroom. Dana is also a pretty notable figure too because she is the...
I'll Be Sure definitely said he taking the stand. I seen something on that yesterday. He said Diddy tried getting knocked all the way off. He saying whatever happened when his organs start shutting down had something to do with Diddy. You know, man, you can't trust nobody, man. You know, you can't trust nobody. You think people your friend, and it's crazy how the money will change people instantly. Instantly. They be a whole different person. They ready to backstab you for the money, man.
Daughter of Diddy's youngest child, Love, who I think is maybe 2 years old, 3 years old at this time. So obviously, you know, the baby wasn't in the courtroom or anything like that. Then we also had the twins' caregiver / guardian. She's also Kim Porter's best friend as well, too. And so those were some of the pretty big notable faces that we saw inside that courtroom. Now, I did hear rumblings that both Lisa Bloom and Gloria Allred were also inside the courthouse today. I believe that they were in the media overflow room, which is pretty surprising given, you know, their, you know, credentials especially. But those are the main noticeable people that were inside that courtroom today.
Now, listen. Squire Red, you said, I don't care what anybody say, he deserve it. You don't know what you're gonna do until you're in that position. And I hope nobody ends up in this position. You don't abuse people and expect not to see your karma. This is why I say, when you got that paper, you can't, you know, act like you helping people and then taken from people. You know, being honest, man. When you on your road and your path in your life, everybody can't come with you. You gotta find your angle and you gotta go on your angle. You trying to help everybody, but at the same time you being disrespectful. And when you doing shit, sometimes you got a lot on your plate, so you know you might be aggressive, trying to structure shit, but at the same time you want to act like you helping. And then we see Diddy accused of doing shit with men and women, forcing them to do certain shit. And I think like when you get away with certain things with that paper, it only enhances it. That's it. Because everybody around you willing to cover up whatever you doing until them people come. When them people come, they gonna tell them everything. Because the people already got insight from the people that have been complaining on you. You a big public figure, you running around. They sending information to the FBI. And I think Diddy was working at one time too. But when he went against that liquor company, everything went downhill for him. Straight up. When he went against that liquor company, it's like they was hiding shit for him. It's the same type of shit that Wack do, right? Whereas though, let you do certain shit, right? But then when you go against them, now they want to tell everybody what you did. And I think Diddy motherfucking went against the wrong people thinking that he was them. Diddy forgot he was black. They was allowing you to do what you was doing to people. They was allowing you to run that game and manipulate on some fucked up shit. You know, you said, do right and right will come to you. Nobody perfect. Just have a good intention. Simple. And I really think also you can't involve yourself with everybody. I'd rather people be upset at me for me not being involved with people than me being involved with everybody. And, you know, I'm overwhelmed and I'm taking my stress out on people. SBGB TV, live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
What's up, DZ?
What's going on, Mary?
Nothing much. What's up, chat? How y'all doing? There's a whole lot about the Diddy case and everything else. And it all, the crazy part is, it's all intertwined. You get what I'm saying? Because what the fuck Puff did, you know, over there in LA, and LA don't want to talk about it because they knocked out 2. Because, mind you, Tupac wasn't from LA. He was from New York, from the east side. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, and then fucking Reggie Rodin, you understand, is entwined with that. Then you got Vlad entwined with that. And then you got freaking, who's the other one that they threw under the fucking bus for it? That they locked him up under the fucking jail cell.
Try to keep it a little...
And then Wack is just running around too.
Try to keep it a little clean for me.
Free for all.
Try to keep it a little clean for me, Mary. I gotta try to start keeping it a little clean so we can stay in the algorithm.
Look, and when I get pissed, you know, I've been, you know, sippity sips. You know, you get what I'm saying? But I gotta lay down soon. Yeah, but no. At the end of the day, they got the little chessboard, right? The first chessboard. But at the end of the day, there's a bigger chessboard with multiple pieces. Multiple pieces. And I don't understand. If people's not waking up to this shit, then they missed the train. They missed the train. You know what I'm saying? And it's just crazy how everything's still got to be on rotation. Like, come on. Can somebody just say what the hell is going on? Like, what the fuck? Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
like, what the hell is really, you know what I'm saying? Like, can somebody just say what it is? Like, come on. It's clear as day.
I appreciate you calling in, though, Mary.
All right, Dizzy.
Yeah.
You mentioned jury selection. You mentioned the preemptory challenges. We knew that the day was going to start off with finalizing the jurors. You need a jury for a criminal trial. Now, both the prosecution and the defense, they use their preemptory challenges to whittle down the number, right? They're striking jurors not for cause, but for whatever reason, as long as it's not an improper reason, like race or gender. But the defense took issue with who the prosecution was excluding, right?
They definitely did. You know, the defense was pretty much saying that, you know, the government had struck 7 black people, and they had a pretty big argument about that. The defense was alleging that, you know, the government has this pattern and demanded essentially for the government to respond to this, that being the Batson challenge, which Brian Buckmeyer kind of gave me a little privy to from the legalese portion of it. But even as the government was kind of going through all of the prospective jurors that they were striking down, you know, they were for pretty, you know, you could understand the reasons why. You know, number juror 51 knew all the defendant's children, knew 17 people on the people in places list, watched Making the Band, had a fiance that served time for drug conviction. Another juror, this was number 216, she was moved to strike for cause. She had been arrested 3 times. She didn't disclose, or this person, excuse me, didn't disclose that they harassed a police officer. Juror number 181, also in this batch, the husband spent 21 years in prison, was concerned that the government was concerned she would be biased. The government says she had worked with individuals with bipolar disorder and concerned she would bring her outside knowledge into this case. Another was dismissed because they had two brothers who served time for felonies. This person had watched a news segment about this case and said that they would lose 30% of their income, but was worried that this person might also have an agenda of wanting to be on the jury. Number 163 had an English language issue. Nephew was a gang member who allegedly shot a police officer. Another one went to high school with Diddy. Another prospective juror that was struck out, gave inconsistent answers and referred to police as a-holes.
Them people, the government, shit, they gonna do a thorough check on them jurors' background. They gonna know every time you have police contact, they gonna know a lot. They striking people, no rap. And they said they striking the black people. They play a dirty game. And I say this to the people, I said it before. The name of the game when you go to trial is who can convince the jury. That's the name of the game. Whoever convinces the jury the best wins. If Diddy can convince the jury that he didn't do racketeering, that he's not guilty of racketeering, then he gonna spank it. But if the prosecutors can convince the jury that he committed the RICO, he in trouble. It's about convincing though. The person that can convince the jury the best, they gonna be the winners, man. It's all a game, but it's their game though. When you get caught up in the system, you playing their game. Straight up. Best lawyer wins. Looks at OJ case. Yeah. Who's more convincing? Because if your lawyer can't convince him and the prosecutor got the GAME, you in trouble. SBGB TV, live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in. Keep it clean.
It's your boy Cash Bags calling out of Northern VA, man.
What's going on, my guy?
What up, G, man? I had to throw my 2 cents in on this Diddy case. You know what I'm saying? Just to be clear about it. In the end of the day, everything he did was in private, in private and secluded quarters, right? The only thing that we know of and that we see is him giving Cassie that whooping in the hotel, right? They had a fallout. Mm-hmm. He gave her the smackdown. Of course, he was wrong for doing what he did, but in the end of the day, to make it a conspiracy and all this other racketeering, that doesn't make any sense, man. You know what I'm saying? Because he paid these what about the prostitutes that he called in, right? He paid them for that, right? That was legal technically. People that flew in did that by choice. He didn't do anything that he made somebody do out of their nature. You see what I'm saying? That's just what I see. I don't know how you call it or anybody else does, but in the end of the day, he didn't sit here and put a hammer to somebody's head and say, look, man, do this or get this. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what happened. Everybody wanted to participate and have fun. And now they throwing him under the bus. All he needed to do was get an LLC and it would have been a business. You know what I'm saying? He could have made a movie out of the joint. You know what I'm saying? In his bedroom.
I understand where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from with that, and I do understand. I just say, the things that Diddy got away with is what's biting him now. And we got to look at it honestly. Like he should not be penalized for the things he got away with. But this the game. When they know they want to get at you, they play dirty, man.
Right, facts. But my G, you know what I'm saying? Just to lay out to the chat, and you 100 with it. But he's not in trial for that. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got him locked up for that, right?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? They got him locked up for something that ain't got nothing to do with this. Yes, that's karma. We can call it whatever we want to call it. But what they're hitting them off with, that don't make no sense, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it don't. And it's just being I think personally on the Wack thing, Wack done incriminated himself in 30 other felonies before Diddy did. You talking about hammers and hurting people and cracking people's necks and putting people, threatening them with his as he calls it, his folks, his entourage. Diddy don't be saying stuff like that. Diddy don't be going down like that. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I see. You know what I'm saying? And what I've been picking up. So that's bullshit.
They ain't playing no games with Diddy. They trying to bury him.
Facts. You know what I'm saying? But I just had to get that off my chest, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't think he shouldn't be the one in the hot seat. Yeah, he should be penalized in other ways. But man, that man done created memories for us from the 90s and the early 2000s and on. You know what I'm saying? He's a part of history. And he ain't like R. Kelly that was messing with younger women. You know what I'm saying? Girls, excuse me. People compare him to R. Kelly. Nah, Slim, that's night and day. Diddy had grown consensual adults involved with him.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
Facts. Keep up the good work, Dizzy. Do your thing, man.
Appreciate you. Hey, listen, man. How y'all feel about it, man? The line is open. How y'all feel about it? Do y'all feel Diddy was wrong? That he should suffer? He should go to jail forever? Do y'all feel that Diddy ain't being treated fair? Do y'all feel that he's innocent? Let me know, man. Line is open, man. When you in a sticky situation like this right here, though, they gonna play dirty. They gonna use everybody that wanna go against you. It is usually the people that had personal relationships with you. They gonna be the ones that go in on you because they know you personally. And the government is gonna use them to make everything they say believable because these people have had experiences with you. They've been around you. So they know your character, and then they talk about the things they've been through with you. And, a lot of people talking about Diddy was forcing them to do certain things. So, SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from. Keep it clean.
Carl from the Illy State, bro.
What's going on, my guy?
Hey, look at it, man. Either way, dude, fuck, man. He had them little kids at them little freak-offs, right? But on top of that, say, scratch this shit that he on right now. Oh, I'm sorry, I ain't mean to cuss.
Keep it clean for me.
Yeah.
Trying to get it right around here.
Yeah, I got you. It won't happen again. The dude got cases in Cali. He still, even if just say he beat this whole thing in New York, he still got to answer for them AKs that was in the closet with the serial numbers filed off, bro. And then whatever happened to the white dude that got popped in the beginning that was trying to get on his private plane with all the work and stuff.
Yeah.
Where'd that white boy go, bro? That played for Syracuse.
I'm sure he done told him whatever he needed to tell him to get out of the situation.
You know what I'm saying? How many runs did he make for dudes? You know what I'm saying? Because where he at?
Yeah. So yeah, that might be looking messy for him too. If he beat this situation, they trying to make sure they stick it to him. So they ain't playing.
They gonna drain his pockets with this case a little bit, and then even if he somehow happened to walk, he gonna have to spend some more bread because they got other cases.
Yeah, the name of the game.
And I don't know this for sure, nothing but word around the campfire. They also want to talk to him about that stuff, Keefe D. I think Mary called in earlier. I think she was trying to think of a Keefe D name. Dude that's locked up for pot case. I think Nevada want to holler at him about that because dude's snitching on him about that in Nevada.
Talking about pot case, huh? Yeah, I did hear the Keefe D and his baby mom, his ex-woman, Kim Porter.
Yeah, they talking about unearthing her body.
Hey, listen, they definitely, he got a lot of stuff to deal with, so this is just his first fight, and it's real.
All right, that's all I wanted to say, man. I ain't want to type all that, but I'll let you go, bro. That's all. I spoke my piece.
I appreciate you calling in, my brother.
All right.
Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, man. The line is open. Let me know how y'all feel about it, man. Did Diddy do it or did he not do it? How you feel? Is he guilty to you or is he innocent? You know? Because some people feel like they railroading Diddy. Some people feel like the situation with the liquor store, the liquor company that Diddy sued is why they coming after him hard body. And some people feel like it's karma. You know? He done did so much dirt to people. And the video with Cassie, him lying about having involvement, and then he got to come out and apologize after he settled in one day. And you know that's everywhere. You know, that's everywhere that Diddy settled in 24 hours. And that make you look guilty. You settle in 24 hours. Everybody like, you had to do something. Why you settle so quick? In 24? Oh, you did something. Shit. Because who's giving up that type of paper if they ain't do something? But I believe, though, you know, a lot of things they did in private. But the guys that be rich like that, they be getting kind of weird. I ain't even gonna hold you. Them dudes that be filthy rich, they ain't with the basic shit no more. They get weird. You know, I don't know what it is, but the dudes that be filthy rich, they don't want basic sex no more. They got to do weird stuff. They got to go to the extreme. And the basic stuff don't excite them no more. That's how I look at it. Because everybody that we see that be top tier, they all got a story about them being super weird. You know what I'm saying? You said, let me see. Let me see what we got here. Hold up. What we got here? Let's play this. See what we got here.
Do not entertain none of this nonsense and nothing over the phone. Alright. I'm gonna need you to get rid of all the leftover pizza boxes. The what? All the boxes left over from the pizza. All the boxes. Make sure you recycle the plastic like we talked about. Yeah. Can you reach out yet? Nah, Bob. He ghosting me. Hey, this motherfucker doing it. He's tweeting out because I'm in here. It's all good. You about to get out on bail. Everybody out there quiet as a motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We gonna let them have their little fun, but I'm still gonna have the last laugh. Got all these lawsuits though, Bob. Ain't none of them genius shit. I ain't worth nothing. Ain't got shit in my name anyway. Don't even worry about it. But some money hungry. What up?
They definitely gonna use that jail call telling his son to get rid of the pizza boxes. They definitely gonna use that. You know, when you in a situation, you just gotta deal with it quietly. You can't be trying to tell people from jail to move this, move that. And I'm sure, like Loose Cannon, I know he in there when he not on the air, because he talking on the air crazy. When he not on the air talking to his girl, they saying all kinds of shit. You know, that shit is recorded. And they gonna go back and get the call. I'm telling you. I was in there and I told one of my peoples on the phone, fuck my lawyer. They told him, excuse me, I don't mean to cuss because we cutting that out around here. We gonna change the tune. I said that for my lawyer. You know what I'm saying? And he told my lawyer. So you gotta understand, man. It get crazy. It get crazy. Yeah, it get crazy.
Obviously, I'm not going to say the full word, but you can kind of take it from that. And then number one.
He said they railroading Diddy because he came for the liquor billionaire. He thought he could compete, but 1 billion ain't S compared to full 5. A Carolina, 1 Carolina got crazy, didn't it? You know, and they going for the juggler because they knew all Diddy's secrets though. You know, they was literally letting Diddy do a lot of shit a lot of stuff he was doing. They was letting Diddy do a lot of stuff he was doing. And it was only to have leverage when they needed to go at it. See, this is why you can't get comfortable with people. You get comfortable with people and think that you can do illegal stuff and they know about it, they're going to come back and turn on you. Because they ran press campaigns on Diddy consistently. Non-stop.
81 was also described as, a view of victims. Looked at Diddy as already guilty of domestic violence and tried to walk back comments that said, victims jump on bandwagons and catch cases. So those were some of the prospective jurors that, the defense had issue with the government striking them. But, after kind of listening to these reasons, it kind of, gave a little more answer as to why this was happening. But I will tell you, some of the jurors that I was particularly disappointed weren't taken onto the jury was the wand stealer, Jesse. I know you and I both were kind of hoping that she would stay on, but unfortunately she didn't. Also, from my notes, the woman with ocular migraines, she was dismissed as well too. And so that was just kind of some of the look at some of the jurors that were dismissed from the case and are not currently serving on this panel.
And they selected a jury very quickly today. As you said, the judge rejected.
I'm working on something, RM. I'm working, I gotta keep it at a minimum. It ain't completely out, but I gotta work on it, keep it at a minimum. I don't want to go too crazy. I'm going to say a couple. We got to, work on it. SBGB TV, live call-in show. Try to keep it clean. What's happening?
Yes, DZ. What you was just explaining of those people knowing of what he was doing but still allowing him to do it, aren't those called co-conspirators or something in the justice system?
The people that knew that he was doing what he doing.
If you know a person is doing something unlawfully, right? Especially in that high caliber, right? So what? Wouldn't everybody supposed to be going down with him?
But that's how they do him, right?
Why is he on a RICO by himself?
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Let me tell you. This what they do to him. They get him to tell. So once you tell, you all right now. That's the name of the game with the system. If you commit a crime with somebody,
all right, the system is chess because everybody playing that. Everybody is in it.
Are you listening to me? Listen to me. Are you listening to me? You asked me a question. I'm trying to tell you. That's the name of the game. This is how the system uses people against people. If you commit a crime and you tell on the other person that you was involved with the crime, then they gonna give you a break.
Okay, but what about if these people are a part of the system, the government system?
That's how it works, Mary.
Underneath the bridge.
That's how it works.
That's messed up.
I know, Mary. Listen, you and I agree on that, but that's how it works.
It's disgusting.
Facts.
It's disgusting.
Stay locked in, Mary.
Always.
All right. Yeah, I'm working on some RM. We might slip a couple up. Working on something.
As you mentioned, the Batson challenge, striking the validity of these peremptory challenges. And now we have a jury. 8 men, 4 women. There's 6 alternates, 2 women, 4 men. You have all walks of life, all different kinds of ages. And by the way, talking about Brian Buckmeyer, let me call him out actually. Earlier today, you and I were doing a live hit, and there was this guy who was so loud outside.
Yeah, Diddy definitely went against them people, and they making him feel it. They making him feel it. And when you align yourself with people and then try to go at them, things like this happen. This is why you gotta watch who you align yourself with. Diddy aligned himself with all these big companies, and he was just the person that was promoting and getting the cut off of promoting stuff for these bigger companies. Diddy didn't run a lot of them companies that he was a part of. He was just the face because of who he was. Them people sitting in the back, they getting paid. He went against people that had a way bigger bag and put him in position thinking that he was equal to them. He wasn't equal, man. And now they showing him that you not equal. They literally showing Diddy, you ain't equal. Shit. We used you. We used you for the paper. But at the same time, we made you paper. So, you know, you get above your britches, they bring you back to reality.
Screaming in your live shot, Brian Buckmeyer, friend of the show, friend of Law and Crime, stepped in, moved him aside. We love Brian. Now, I want to get into what happened with the opening statement. So, the prosecution started with their opening statement. By the way, the judge had already given the jury instructions. We all know what that is. But then the prosecution started with their opening statement, and AUSA, Assistant United States Attorney Emily Johnson, delivered the opening statement for the prosecution. What was the main theme of her opening statement, and what were the highlights of the opening statement?
Well, definitely the main theme was just that kind of Diddy was pulling the wolves over everyone's head. You know, the government said that Diddy was a cultural icon, a businessman.
SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. Try to keep it clean. What's happening?
Yes, sir, brother. The deacon, they're going to keep it clean, brother. Yes, sir. You know, brother, they got the deacon over here doing some security, brother. I'm over here by the Goodwill now, brother. Yes, sir, man.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I got to make sure the homeless don't smoke all the cigarettes and steal all the change out the vending machines. But, brother, real quick, getting back on old Diddy. We as men, man, brother, and we as men got to really be careful because I do see a lot of brothers, making videos and talking about Diddy. They laughing, they enjoying themselves, they looking at it as entertainment, but they bringing up stuff that we done in the first grade, because ain't none of us perfect. So we got to really be careful, man, what we support. And my thing is, if I got a pass, you got a pass. We all have a pass. My thing is, why ain't none of the other races being bothered and tampered with like this? Why does it just seem like, like it now Lil Wayne, his lady coming out there, now she want a lawyer and some money and some advice. And I'm just saying to myself, as men, heterosexual men, we are under attack. So, we got to look at the big picture. And my thing with Puffy, public opinion will make you dislike somebody that you don't even know. If it wasn't for that, man, we wouldn't have had no P. Diddy. We wouldn't have had no K2C. But I told her, we wouldn't have had none of the great 90s music that the Deacon graduated to in 97. Brother, so it's sad that I notice black men that do have money always get hatred. Like, they don't like Floyd Mayweather. They don't like, it's like you the bad guy when you a black man with some money. And we as black men go out of our way to attack other black men. And go and like, we more hard on them than the racist is. So I'm looking at this, brother, and I want everybody to do their homework. Listen to the old deacon. I know it's 3:30 in the morning. This the deacon creeping time. But, brother, as I look around and see, do your homework. Look at who's talking about this man. Look at who's making a bag off this man. Now, it's crazy that Vlad, Adam 22, and what's the end of the sentence? 1090J. All of these folks of other color gonna make them some Diddy videos. They gonna be at the courthouse and they gonna get all the money off the YouTube and everything, brother. Why we can't curse and have none of these rules that they don't even apply to. But they gonna get the bag off of it. They gonna make all the money off these videos. So I say that to say this. We as men, okay, I get that everybody have their opinion, but we got to look at the game and we got to start keeping things in the house. Some of the stuff don't need to be said out loud. We got to go back to the basics. How grandma and granddaddy, bring them secrets and that taboo stuff back into let's talk about it in private. I think a lot of us, like I said, we going out of our way. And if you look at folks as adopting and they catching all our behavior and they using our own stuff against us and they making a bag off of it. Brother, so again, P. Diddy, my thing is,
it's so many folks. I done heard Stevie Wonder. I'm like, he the only man can't see his child support. But brother, he doing he's doing this thing. He nasty too. They said all us men are like this. And my thing too with Curtis 50 Cent, Gorilla Face Jackson, you better be careful, 50, because you laughing, you hearing a lot on your Twitter and your Instagram, but you're gonna be next. I have never seen where they are going next, this person, that person. They going around the chopping field looking for brothers. My thing is, I hope they don't bother Denzel Washington, because if you look at all our heroes who we grew up with, we the only race of men where our heroes have died. I would never forget, brother, when Park died. That's the first time Deacon got high. Brother, I hit that good green. Oh, brother, I thought I had a cell from the sun heart attack at the 801, brother, in Robonia. Oh, but brother, I'm telling you, we losing our people that we love. And if you look at the industry right now, my thing is with P. Diddy, okay, all this going to jail, all these things he did, and I'm with the brother that called before. Those are those. This ain't no R. Kelly little child thing. It ain't like P. Diddy was at a daycare saying, hey, take that, going to get some little grease for little nay-nay. These were consenting adults, and Cassie got a bag off of it. So why is this man? And then they making up that I'm white and I say so. Because you're going to make up a RICO law and saying that he bringing women this way from New York to Florida. They can do that to any one of us. You get what I'm saying, brother? So we have to be careful. How you going to traffic a woman if I'm bringing her from Miami to New York, and now y'all going to use that against me because I'm getting her booted? That's crazy. And brother, my thing with P. Diddy is when him and Charlamagne, P. Diddy wanted to bring some money and that Black Vote Matter thing into the community. Soon as he started talking about that, soon as he sold that alcohol, like the brother said earlier, that's when I noticed the attack got real aggressive on him. But when he wanted to put more political power in the black community, and I want everybody to look that up, he was talking with Charmaine. He was talking with that Breakfast Club. And I ain't never saw Diddy this serious. He didn't want to do the vote or die. He wanted black folks to get something out of the political field. As soon as he did that commercial, they had him slammed on his head the next day. So again, y'all, black brothers, we have to be careful. And Umar Johnson, you should be careful. Why you in Wack ain't going? Why y'all, you know this too, brother? Umar, the Wack 100s, they greasy and smelly, and they ain't going to jail yet. They causing all the ruckus, they scamming. Umar, boy, they say Umar smell like a dusty clothes hanger in that motel. And the thing with it, brother, they let them do all this. Because one thing about our life, and I want brothers to understand, we don't control our life, brother. That God who we pray to is the white man. Because right now, any one of us can go out our door, and if the police, God forbid, wanted to take our life, what can we do about it? They run this theirs. So we got to continue. We got to figure out a way. I know racism gonna be here, but let's figure out a power plan to where we as men can put money together and try to make something better for ourselves and our children. And with that being said, brother, you keep up the good work, and Diddy, oh God, we ask that you take care of everybody. But to watch over all, God, pray that somebody hit a scratch off. We love you. And the deacon say, Hashalama Bubaba. And amen. Yes, sir, brother. And I'll be listening.
Appreciate you. All right, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. What I do want to say is, right, one thing that brothers have to stop doing is stop bragging when you become successful. This is what the culture does. I gotta say this. We brag when we become what they call successful, financially stable, right? And it only makes us a target to get broke down. So I think, the ones that don't brag and try to make sure everybody knows that they the big dog, they last longer. But the ones that make it look like they the head honcho, they got everything, those are the ones that their secrets get revealed. You know? Just being real. SBGB TV live call-in show. Say your name, where you calling in from. Keep it clean.
From California.
Hey, what's going on, Mika?
Hey, so I just wanted to say this is my first time calling in any platform.
I appreciate you.
I do love your show. I just want us to maybe think about. I just keep hearing that you guys, like a lot of people are speaking of being consensual. You know, these are grown women, all this, right? And I agree with all that. What if? And I'm real big. I'm also in law enforcement. I'm in law enforcement. It's my career. It's not who I am. It's my career.
Okay.
Pays my bills. But I just wonder if we take the time to also maybe think about, and I do think the evidence will come out, that these same women, people that were being flown in and everything, that baby oil and things that he was doing, and you know, what we've heard about him putting things in people's drinks, it no longer becomes consensual after that, right? So it can start off one way, does not mean that it continued to stay that way. And that's the part that that I need people to look at. And also I think that I don't know, I struggle with black men, all these black men that are that made a difference in the world, and they have all this money and everybody wants to tear them down and blase, right? That same man has messed up so many families' life, allegedly, which I do think is going to come out, messed over people's careers, stole money, did all kind of things with this. So how wonderful is he? You know what I mean? And I also think that sometimes in life, you may not get, you're going to, what you do in the dark is going to come to the light. So what he's facing right now, and you mentioned it may be just a karma. So maybe those charges are not maybe accurate, you know, what's happening now, but all the other things that he's done, this is what's happening to him, because what we do in the world is going to come back. So
yeah,
I just think maybe we should think about that a little bit more and not just look at how wonderful and wealthy he is and how much he's done to the hip hop community. He also tore those same individuals down. Those same individuals are still looking, they're poor, you know, like struggling in life because of some of his and things like that. So, so that's what I have to say. And of course, the Wack 100 and all that, that's a whole nother story I can get on, but I just wanted to just talk about that part right now. So thank you for taking my call.
And I appreciate you, Mika, for calling into a call-in show for the first time.
Thank you.
All right,
bye.
Stay locked in.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Hey, man, I appreciate all y'all. Facts. You know, but as I say, right, as people of color that become successful, you can't get cocky to the people that, you know, don't have, because all you do is make yourself a target. You know, all you do is literally make yourself a target. So if you so cocky to the people that are not as fortunate as you, they're gonna feel some type of way when you treating them bad and they don't have nothing, and you talking about how much you have and you expressing your life this and you a boss of this, and they struggling to make it. So you gotta be mindful. Those people will be the ones that'll turn on you, you know? And then you bragging about how much you got those other cultures, knowing that they assisted you to get there because they're already stamped in position. You know, they got the things already turning. They passing it down generation to generation. You align yourself with them, and then you try to go at them. Like, that shit don't add up, man. You know? So you got to be real mindful, man. You gotta understand, us as black people, stop getting so cocky to everybody. If you making money, make your money and live. You know, invest your money. Whatever you want to do. But the cockiness, you know, I think it draws the wrong crowd. Because now you got people that might be just coming because they want to be involved with what you got going on, but they got ill intentions. So, you know, you never know how things will come your way. And then you know, a lot of these jokers is real ignorant though. A lot of people that got money, they just real ignorant, man. They real ignorant. They feel like everybody's beneath them. They got it all. A lot of these celebrities, man, you know, the light is on them. They feel like they can't be stopped. And the money is printed. So they print the money, they can take the money. You don't own the money. You borrowing it on some real shit, on some real stuff. You borrowing the money. You don't own the money. Whenever they want to take it, they can take it. You know? And if they can't take it, they can find some way to put something on you to hold something against you.
Man, he was larger than life, but that also said in that same sentence, or at least the next sentence, you know, he had 20 years of crimes that he was doing that ranged from kidnapping, arson, drug trafficking, sex crimes, obstruction. You know, these are the type of things that were already laid out in the indictment, the second superseding indictment, the third superseding indictment. So all this stuff, you know, we knew for the most part. And then they kind of talked more in depth, you know, about Cassie and the allegations that are involving her. You know, one example is just that on one night, Diddy, according to the government, hunted for her. He found out that she was seeing another man, and then Diddy took his gun and his bodyguards and threatened to even kill this man that Cassie was with. You know, the government said that Diddy had forced Cassie out of her apartment, broke into Cassie's apartment, beat her brutally, you know, beyond just what we had seen through that Intercontinental surveillance video as well, too. You know, the government kind of painting it as the evidence will show that Diddy relied on his inner circle, you know, and together they all worked as a group to pretty much promote Diddy's power, that Diddy would refer to himself as a king. I remember speaking during the lunch break, you know, and that kind of matches the tattoo that he has on the back of his neck that I see from inside that gallery, you know, and so for the most part, I think just going into depth about, you know, these freak off / wild king nights / hotel nights which were all one and the same, essentially, you know, that Diddy demanded his staff to light up the rooms in advance, you know, with lighting, with lube, with cash for these escorts, drugs for women, and as well as Diddy himself. Women had to dress in lingerie. They had to have white nails, tall heels, something that Cassie had pointed out in her civil claim against Diddy that was later settled. I think, you know, another big takeaway outside of just everything that Cassie had been going through, according to the government, is also this Jane. So, you know, we had spoken at a number of times just about, you know, alleged victim 1, 2, 3, and 4. Obviously, there was no mention of victim 3. The government can't find her, so she was not part of any opening statement. But they did talk about Jane, who we presume to be alleged victim number 2, right? She's a single mom. She was, she met Diddy around 2020.
They say the government can't find somebody.
Jane was single at the time, settled. I think, you know, another big takeaway outside of just everything that Cassie had been going through, according to the government, is also this Jane. So, you know, we had spoken at a number of times just about, you know, alleged victim 1, 2, 3, and 4. Obviously, there was no mention of victim 3. The government can't find her, so she was not part of any opening statement. But they did talk about Jane, who we presume to be alleged victim number 2, right? She's a single mom. She was, she met Diddy around 2020. Jane was single at the time. However, Diddy was seeing a number of other people. She was introduced to freak-offs by Diddy, and she tried one just to essentially make him happy. The government said that Jane was nervous and thought the freak-offs were going to be a one-time thing, but then he had allegedly kept asking her to do it. She, like Cassie, would even help plan them, thinking that this is what the government says, that, you know, if she were to participate in these freak-offs, that this would kind of also play in a way of getting more quality time with the defendant. She wanted the escorts to wear condoms, but Diddy didn't want them to. Jane had tried to do a freak-off without being on drugs, and then she vomited after having sex with an escort. So we really got to see like a very eye-opening picture of not just what Cassie had went through, but this other alleged victim as well too, who will be going by a pseudonym Jane, presumably Jane Doe. And so that was very eye-opening. As far as what the government was kind of painting. Now, I will say, Jesse, I was a little disappointed in kind of the delivery of opening statements. I will say that. You know, and maybe it was just because this is a delicate matter. We're talking about sex. We're talking about trafficking. We're talking about alleged victims of, you know, domestic violence as well too. But as far as the most part goes, I was really expecting, and maybe it's just because I assumed that because, you know, we have Hollywood, we have star power, that it would just be like a TV show, just very animated, but it wasn't. Pretty much ASA Emily Johnson, she got up here with her notes. She just pretty much read off her opening statements and just kind of essentially how a school teacher would do if they were giving a lecture to their students. It wasn't very animated or anything like that. To be honest, I was a little disappointed, honestly, on both ends of just how the delivery was for opening statements. But, you know, Jesse, I had said last time that by the time we get to the end of trial, most people don't even remember opening statements to begin with, but it really was just an eye-opening kind of picture that was being painted by the government of what we could expect for this 2-month-long trial.
And look, opening statements are not evidence. They're a preview of what to expect. I think they're quite important in a trial because it's the first time the jury is really hearing about the story they're going to hear for the next 2 months. And for us, you know, I was following along with it. It's the first time we got definitive confirmation that Cassandra Ventura is going to be a part of this case, that she's going to be victim one. To hear about not only a Jane, but hearing that a chef may testify, hearing about chiefs of staff and employees, and that there's a Mia, a former employee, that may testify and provide crucial information in this case. Then we're going to hear from escorts, text messages where Combs is telling his staff to bring cash for escorts. I think that's important for the transportation to engage in prostitution charge. For me, it felt, from a legal point of view, and I wasn't in that courtroom, but it feels to me they kept trying to explain how this was a crime, that they really have to convince this jury that this was forced, that this was coerced, that this was done against the will of these alleged victims, trying to explain why this is racketeering, why this is sex trafficking. Before we go to the defense and their opening statement, real quick, Elizabeth, anything you could glean from the jury about how they were reacting to the prosecution's opening statement?
Yeah, so from what I was seeing, and I couldn't see like the fronts of their faces or anything like that, but from what I was seeing, just kind of on that side view of the gallery, was just that they were paying close attention. It didn't seem like anyone was necessarily dozing off or just kind of avoiding what was being told right in front of them. For the most part, it seemed like these jurors were very attentive and listening very thoroughly. Some were taking notes, some were just, maybe taking notes just with their brain. I do want to go back really quick, Jesse, to kind of talk about Mia because, I do want to emphasize to the viewers, I took lots of notes and sometimes these just get kind of lost in the shuffle. But as far as Mia goes, she was another person that the government had talked about. She had worked for Diddy for years, but the government was saying that she was subjected to sexual assault too, that Diddy would allegedly put his hand up her skirt, snuck into her bedroom and essentially sexually assaulted her. And so this was another person, in addition to both Cassie as well as Jane Doe, that we really got to see, just kind of the lengths of these allegations. And what kind of makes Mia a little bit differently is that she worked for Diddy for a number of years and continued to do so even afterwards. The government was talking about she couldn't talk about, what she had gone through until recently. And so, yeah, they really just were kind of, essentially, the jury was paying very close attention to, this very complicated case. Because, Jesse, you and I, we've obviously been in it since we work here at Law and Crime. We've been covering this case since November of 2023, or when it first started with Cassie's lawsuit. Yep. But for some of these jurors, they're really they're really just now getting the full case at them, and a lot was thrown at them in just day one.
Well, hopefully they don't know everything about it like we do, and they were being honest during the jury selection process. Okay, so now let's talk about the defense. Tenny Garagos, female attorney, delivering the opening statement. I think that was deliberate in a case of sex trafficking and racketeering and prostitution. What were the highlights of her opening statement? What is the defense they're moving forward with?
Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of surprised that Tenny Garagos gave the opening statements for the defense. It seemed like for the longest time, Mark Agnifilo was running the show, but it makes a lot of sense as to why it was Tenny Garagos giving those opening statements. Alexandra Shapiro, she's a great defense attorney, but she is kind of a spitfire, so I think Tenny was kind of the right approach here. She, just like Emily Johnson, kind of gave it very just, matter of fact. She came up there with her notes or for her opening statements and just kind of laid it out for the jury. There wasn't a lot of animation, even with her defense openings as well too, but from the defense's perspective, they were painting Diddy and they were honest about it. He's a complicated man, but this isn't a complicated case. Essentially, the defense was saying this is about real relationships that the government is turning into a RICO charge and sex trafficking, and this isn't the case that a lot of people may have heard on the news. That's what the defense says, and so they said that essentially Diddy's story will be told over the next 2 months. One point that came up probably within maybe the first 5 minutes of the defense opening was, Tenny Garagos introduced Diddy officially to the jury, where it's like, this is our defendant, Sean Combs, because they refer to him as Sean Combs. It's never really Diddy or P. Diddy or Puff Daddy inside that courtroom. It's always Sean. And so he kind of stood up, sat back down a little bit after his introduction. And, this was something that we were expecting, is for pretty much the government, or excuse me, the defense, to say that the government shouldn't have any type of place inside of Diddy's bedroom. That, they admit that Diddy had a temper, especially when he drinks. Sometimes he gets so angry. They admit that Diddy lied and he was not the best boyfriend or partner. He was kind of mean to his girlfriends, but he's not charged with being mean. He's not charged with being a jerk to his girlfriends. Essentially, he's charged with criminal acts that they say isn't criminal at all. They pretty much kind of talk about that they'll see domestic violence in this trial, and while they do take it seriously, it doesn't amount to sex trafficking from their perspective at all. They admit to Diddy doing drugs. They admitted to Diddy using baby oil. They said it's not a federal crime to use either of those things. They'll continue to fight for his freedom. They, painted the picture, and this was something we...
the things that people brag about in these, albums, on the track, music, flying women out. All the rappers bragged about flying women out at one point. And we all know this is what they're saying is a crime. Flying a woman out to pay him for sex is a crime. But they also say Diddy was putting things inside of women's drink, allegedly. Now that there is ill. They saying the baby oil has some extra stuff in it. We're going to see if that is true during the trial, because 1,000 bottles of baby oil is heavy. Like, if it was something in there to make you woozy or like, that's too much. All that money that them jokers be having to make somebody have to be woozy to get them, that's like some weird stuff. But like I said, these guys, they be so rich, they want to do weird stuff. They don't want the basic no more. They don't want you just to bend over or, we have a threesome. They got to do straight weird stuff to get aroused, I guess.
We kind of got a glimpse of last week, where they were kind of painting the picture that these alleged victims in this case, including Cassie, including Jane Doe, were capable, strong women that were making adult choices. They were free choices, and they came with both the pros and the cons, and that essentially they were getting something out of Diddy, which was, their rent was paid for, Cassie got a car from him, that type of thing. And they said essentially that Diddy was a jealous man, but also that he, that women were jealous of him too. And a lot of his relationships were driven off of jealousy, and that, again, Diddy was extremely jealous, and that, the jealousy and the drugs they'll take responsibility for. And he's not being charged with being a flawed person. Now, when it comes to Cassie specifically in the defense's opening, they talked about how Cassie was in a relationship with another man when she had met Diddy. or that Diddy was in a relationship with Kim Porter until her death, which I thought was pretty particularly interesting, given that for the most part, I've seen this family like out on social media and that type of thing. And from my perspective, I always felt like Kim Porter and Diddy kind of gave off this notion that they were just co-parenting, that it was never that Kim Porter was still with Diddy while Cassie was with Diddy. I was expecting for them to talk about the 2022 BET award moment where Diddy had specifically mentioned Cassie, and that talking about how Cassie had held him down and that type of thing, because from the defense's perspective, they were pretty much saying that Kim Porter was the love of Diddy's life, that once Cassie kind of knew that she'd never be Diddy's soulmate, that she would never be his wife, that type of thing, that's when she called off the relationship. And so that was a pretty interesting moment, or just interesting openings that, some parts weren't kind of talked about necessarily. And then even when it comes with Jane Doe, the defense says that Diddy and Jane Doe dated for 3 years. Their relationship was also plagued by jealousy. Jane wanted to be out in the public with Diddy, but for the most part, they kind of stayed inside. They were away from the public, and that's kind of where the issues kind of came about, is that Jane wanted to be public, like Diddy was with other women. I can even point to Young Miami, for example, as somebody that Diddy was kind of public with and dating around that time. Same with Lori Harvey, that type of thing. But apparently Jane Doe was kind of in the background as a figure in all of this. And so pretty much another interesting part that the defense kind of talked about towards the end of their opening statements was that Cassie was having financial trouble at the time that she had filed her civil lawsuit. They claimed that she had never gone to the police. Instead, she went to a civil lawyer to make money. They talked about the claim that she had made a demand for $30 million, that type of thing. And so those were just some of the biggest moments. As far as defense openings go. As far as Mia is concerned, the defense was talking about how, they had asked jurors to pretty much evaluate her motive as to testifying, because remember, she was an employee of Diddy's and that type of sort. And so, that was pretty much the biggest moments of the defense opening, as I kind of just recap essentially all of it.
No, I get it. And look, you don't have the ability to have a computer there. They don't allow electronic devices. So you're literally reading from your notes. It reminds me of when I was covering the Harvey Weinstein trial. I had to read from my notes too. Look, the big theme, I think, for the defense: love, jealousy, money. I think that was articulated well in the sense that this is what the motivations were behind the people who are coming forward against him now. And I think it's fascinating that they have owned up and admitted to a lot of what he did, but saying it doesn't amount to sex trafficking or racketeering. They mentioned Cassie filing the public lawsuit, millions of dollars, an incentive to lie. I thought it was really interesting how they went through a number of the predicate crimes to meet racketeering. So in order to prove racketeering, a criminal enterprise, a pattern of criminal activity, they say there was no bribery of a guard. It was to prevent bad PR for Sean Combs and Cassie about paying off to make sure that tape from the 2016 hotel doesn't come out. Kidnapping? Well, you have somebody who asked to be with him for 10 years. Drug trafficking? It was about personal use of drugs. That there was no conspiracy here. There was no criminal agreement. I thought this was interesting. And real quick on this, Elizabeth. Did I hear this correctly? That they're arguing he didn't pay for sex workers for prostitution purposes, right? Transportation of people for purposes of prostitution, what he's charged with, maximum of 10 years in prison. He was paying them for their time and experience? Did I just, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the defense there, that he allegedly paid sex workers for not what we think he paid sex workers for, allegedly paid sex workers for? Tell me if I'm completely wrong.
No, you're not completely wrong at all. That is essentially what they are saying, is that, he didn't pay these escorts. He didn't have people pay for these escorts for sex necessarily. It was all for time, whether that time be possibly in the bedroom, whether that time be just for time spent. But you are definitely correct, Jesse, where the defense is definitely trying to paint it as, this isn't transportation to engage in prostitution. And I know we'll talk about this more with one of the witnesses that took the stand today, but it's definitely something that the defense is alleging, that this was just time, this was not for prostitution, this is not payment for sex work or anything like that, but just time.
And real quick, before we now get into the witness testimony, which I think is fascinating, did you get any sense from the jury about how they were interpreting the defense's opening statement?
Not too much different from the government's opening statement, honestly. Again, from where I could see, I wasn't really seeing like head nods or any type of like confirmation that, oh, wow, or any like big eyeballs. I couldn't see that from where I was sitting. But, you know, it was kind of the same as the government's, where a lot of people were just paying attention. They were taking their notes and just kind of absorbing what the openings were for the case.
And talking about this, so I thought the way the prosecution began their case, first witness, first evidence introduced, was fascinating because they started with arguably the most important piece of evidence in this case, as far as we know. The first witness laid the foundation for it, right? We're talking about the 2016 hotel hallway video of Sean Combs purportedly beating Cassandra Ventura. Talk to us about who the first witness was, what the government introduced, and what we should take away from it.
Yeah, so the first witness on the stand was Officer Israel Flores. He's a police officer for LAPD, but more notably is before he used to work for Securitas, and he had worked at the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City in California. So when they were talking about March 5th of 2016, you know, this witness, who again was for the government, he got a call about a woman in distress on the 6th floor of this hotel. And so he says during his testimony, he had observed a male and a female in the lobby. He recognized that this male was Sean Combs. And so at the time he was working as the assistant director for the Intercontinental Hotel. So, you know, his responsibilities were to respond to incidents, train trainees pretty much. And then he later on became the director. And that's kind of important, mainly because it kind of controlled what he was and wasn't able to do when it came to this surveillance video. So, for example, as an assistant director, he wasn't able to rewind it past a certain time frame. He wasn't even able to download it or even download this video to attach onto the incident report or anything like that. So, again, he was serving as an assistant director in that capacity at the time that this incident had occurred. You know, when they were talking about the surveillance video, Officer Flores was talking about how every floor of the hotel had cameras. They were motion-activated cameras, by the way. Again, they had the capacity to rewind and download these types of videos, but only the director of security was able to do so, and he didn't take over that role until later on. But as far as, you know, him writing up incidents reports, because we got to see that exhibit was we got to see the exhibit of the incident report from that day. In 2016. So before he responded to the call, he said he looked at the cameras, he saw a black man pacing back and forth. Then when he arrived onto the 6th floor, he saw Diddy, or Sean Combs, in a towel, and then saw Cassie in the corner covering her face. He said he didn't know it was Cassie immediately. He just pretty much recognized Diddy. He said that Diddy's demeanor, and this is a pretty interesting point, Jesse, was a blank stare, and said it was a devilish stare. Diddy at this point is still in his hotel, is still in his towel. He's still wearing socks. Another interesting point is that they refer to Cassie as Cece, but that she was pretty much scared and frightened, according to Officer Flores. He noticed upon arriving up to that floor that the elevator lobby flower vase was destroyed, something that we had seen in the video prior to that. You know, he said there was a mess in the hallway, that he had told Diddy that this would be charged to his room, told him and Cassie to go back to their room, just so that way other guests in the hotel couldn't hear or notice anything that was going on. Diddy told Cassie that she wasn't going to be leaving this hotel. Officer Flores said that he didn't close the door all the way back to the hotel room because he thought that something was about to happen. But he said he did notice another black male inside the hotel room, and this is also pretty important because the government has alleged this this person was an escort. They didn't necessarily say that during the direct or anything like that, but that Officer Flores didn't put this person or just this person's activity even inside or in that incident report, something that the defense definitely harped on during their cross-examination, but I'll get to that in just a little bit. But as far as this male that was inside the hotel room, he was fully clothed. He was just sitting in the corner of the bed, which is something that Officer Flores noted as kind of weird. Why was this person just sitting in the bed while all of this stuff was going on outside in the hallway? But pretty much after Cassie left, Diddy called him and was holding a stack of money and pretty much said, "Don't tell anyone." Now, Officer Flores says he didn't take this money, but noticed that it was a $100 bill wrapped in lots of cash. And so pretty much we got to see something that is very, very important, is that we got to see more of when that video kind of cut off from when we had saw it on that CNN report, right? Like we got to see, you know, at first Cassie, she was with her bag, she's putting her socks on, then Diddy comes, he grabs her, hits her, stomps on her, something that we've all seen, right? But then afterwards, she gets up, she goes to the hotel phone, she calls someone, and then Diddy comes back. They go off camera. You also couldn't hear anything on this particular video because there was no sound. Then all of a sudden, Diddy comes back. Cassie's like putting her hands up to get away from Diddy, and then the surveillance kind of glitched in and out, and it was pretty standard that this was pixelated video. That's what Officer Flores says. But she had called someone on the hotel phone. Then we saw another camera view also of Cassie going down a hallway when security arrives. Diddy goes the opposite way, so they're going completely two different ways. Diddy's still in his towel throughout all of this. When Cassie returns back to where Diddy is going, it was essentially because she wanted her bag and she wanted her phone, so that way she could leave. And so they, Officer Flores says he didn't call the police because Cassie was adamant that she just wanted to leave, whereas Diddy said, you know, this stuff can't be made public, which is where those allegations of like him allegedly bribing Officer Flores with that $100,000 according to the indictment. But Officer Flores, because of just the capabilities of not being able to rewind or download the video, actually snapped a video on his cell phone. So that's when you could kind of see audio, and it was because it was just background noise of when he was kind of taking the video from his phone. He was making kind of like silly commentary about his shiny shoes, that type of thing. But so this incident happened. He was gone from work the following 2 days because that was his weekend. And then when he returned to work, he said a lot of staffers were talking about this incident, but he said that the video wasn't there anymore. He never saw that video again until he saw it on the news, presumably when CNN first showed it. Now, when he was cross-examined by Brian Steele, he was questioned about the incident report, questioned about why he didn't describe Diddy as devilish in the incident report, questioned why he didn't mention the discoloration in Cassie's eye in the incident report, because he said under direct that Cassie had a purple eye. He said that they admit that no one at the hotel had called law enforcement about this, but everyone was talking about what had happened and that type of sort. So those were some of the big takeaways from just witness number one, just the first one, but a lot of an eye-opening picture there, especially as we got to see more of what happened after, you know, the moments that we had saw all from that brutal assault video. We didn't get to see the apology or anything like that, but maybe that'll come into evidence later down the line. So under direct examination, Officer Flores says that there was a point where, you know, Diddy was trying to grab his phone and that type of thing and pushed Diddy against the wall. But when he was questioned about this incident under cross-examination, Steele questioned him on why he didn't put, you know, the whole Diddy up against the wall incident on this incident report. And pretty much he said, you know, well, he was trying to grab my hand. I did put that and include that inside the incident report. So when asked on redirect by the government, pretty much the summation of that was just that, you know, they weren't required to divulge every single detail inside these incident reports, even though under direct he also said these incident reports are about who, what, when, where, why, that type of thing. And so they, under direct, the government reminded, you know, the jury essentially that, you know, this was what's in the incident report. He wasn't, he didn't have to go into every single specific detail when he was summing up that report, which came a few hours after the incident that day.
We know what the prosecution's doing here, right? They are setting the foundation for Cassandra Ventura to take the stand. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. When she filed her lawsuit against Sean Combs, I think people were like, how do we know this is true or not? But as soon as that hotel video came out, it not only corroborated that particular moment, that particular section of her complaint, but some would say it corroborated her entire account about what happened with Diddy. So by starting with talking about the hotel incident and building that up, it is building the jury's view to say, when she takes the stand, she already looks more credible in their eyes. Her account is already backed up by at least one witness and also the videotape. Which brings me now to the next witness we heard from today, Daniel Phillip. Who is Daniel Phillip and what did he have to say?
Well, let me tell you something, Jesse. When they called Daniel Phillip to the stand, honestly, at first I thought he was just another police officer. He was very muscularly built. He had on a pretty tight suit, but he essentially was a male dancer, something that I was very surprised that was introduced so early on as far as the witnesses go. But, you know, Maureen Comey did this questioning for the government. Daniel Phillip said that he had received money from Cassie back in 2012 to pretty much have sex with her. He met Cassie through his boss. He was contacted by his boss after receiving a request for black dancers. So the boss sent him to the Gramercy Park Hotel. Essentially, when Daniel Phillip came to this hotel, and by the way, Gramercy Park Hotel is just uptown from where we are right now, he was expecting that he was doing a striptease for a bachelorette party. So he arrived at the hotel around about nighttime. So when Cassie had opened the door, she was wearing lingerie, she was wearing a red wig, she had sunglasses on. She referred to the other man in her room as her husband. And she made it a point to tell Daniel Phillip, allegedly, that, you know, her husband wasn't gay, that he wouldn't touch the dancer, so essentially that he would feel more comfortable. Daniel Phillip testified that Cassie gave him a few thousands of dollars when he had walked inside that hotel room. The candles were lit on the table, there was Astroglide in the room, something that, you know, was both talked about in the indictments, as well as Cassie's now settled civil suit. It was a dark room, and then a man also came. He was in a white robe. He had a bandana over his nose and pretty much his mouth. So if you can picture like people going to music festivals in the desert, that type of thing, that was kind of what I was picturing a little bit. And then he also was wearing a hat. So just by that description, you could tell that this person just didn't want to be identified. But according to Daniel Phillip, this man was referred to as Baby, and then he recognized the voice as being that of Sean Combs. So he said that Diddy didn't say much, but that Diddy, while he was kind of going under this, like, you know, persona, was working in importing / exporting, which I thought was an interesting kind of tidbit to talk about if you're going to come up with a fake job, but I guess so. But Daniel Phillips, he testified that he and Cassie had sex, that she had rubbed baby oil on him. He had rubbed it on her as well too. Now this is a part where, you know, it gets very, very graphic, something that, you know, they talk about in the indictment as well too, that, you know, Diddy was watching, he had pleasured himself during it. That Daniel Phillip wasn't wearing protection during this encounter. And I talk about this specifically because at this moment, when it started to get more into these graphic details, that's when I saw Diddy's daughters get out of the courtroom. You know, imagine listening and being inside that gallery and listening to your father's proclivities and alleged crimes, especially sex crimes at that, and just having to go into the full detail of it. I saw them kind of all just walk up. They stayed outside of the courtroom for a little bit. They came back, but then I think their guardians, their moms, were kind of like, you know, and I say Chance's mom, excuse me, but they were just kind of like, you know, let's get you out of here. And so they didn't stay for most of the duration of this testimony, because you're really kind of getting into the weeds of just what she was wearing, what he was wearing, the kind of acts that were going on.
The daughters ain't gonna never be able to look at Diddy the same, hearing about all the stuff he was doing with the women. They ain't gonna never get that out their head. Certain things like that, they stick.
On that type of thing. Now, Diddy's sons were still inside that courtroom when all of this was being testified to. And so, you know, they were just, you know, and they're older than the girls and that type of thing. So it makes a lot of sense. But Daniel Phillip testified that Cassie had messaged him after this, asking for a picture of his genitalia, and then asking him to even come back. They were in the room for a few more hours the second time, and this entire time Diddy was pleasuring himself throughout this whole second sexual encounter, as well as the first encounter too. He said he didn't really know who Cassie was until his boss had actually looked her up, but essentially, you know, when Maureen Comey was questioning him, it was, you know, did they do anything else besides have sex, and besides have sex in front of Diddy? Didn't seem like that according to his testimony. So he said he did this from 2013 to 2014. They did this, these kind of threesomes in a way, at Gramercy Park Hotel, at Essex Hotel, at Cassie's apartment, at Diddy's home, and just other places here in New York. And so there was a name actually that he had to check into, or that the name was tied under, and that was the name Black. And so he would go to the hotel, tell the person at the concierge or just at the front desk, I'm here for Black, and then they would be given, or then he would be taken up to the room, and then more things would happen. But there were points where Daniel Phillip had even referred to or even thought of Cassie as a friend, said he stopped kind of participating in these sexual encounters, mainly because he saw Diddy being physically abusive towards Cassie. He said that he's there was one incident where he had taken her to the back of a room, and he heard slapping noises, as he kind of described it. But even when it was talking about just like what all went on inside these rooms when all of these things were going down, it was Diddy giving directions like slow down, separate from each other, doing a role play like they had recently met at the airport. Don't ejaculate just yet, and if he were to do so, to do it on her stomach or inside of her, that type of thing. He even said that there was one moment where Cassie wanted him to urinate on her, and Diddy pleasured himself to that. And so there were just a lot of graphic details about it. But then there was another interesting point where Daniel Phillip thought that there would be any type of point that he could be killed allegedly by the defendant, because Diddy allegedly made him turn over his driver's license, and he took a photo of it. So he thought that, this is somebody with a lot of power, with a lot of money, who could essentially find him anywhere at any place. He has my driver's license. He knows my identification. He has my ID, that type of thing. Now, he didn't say that, but, we all know what a driver's license looks like. And so there were moments that he did say that he was fearful of his life, and that he pretty much couldn't even sexually perform, especially with Diddy inside that room. So it was a lot of graphic details, a lot of stuff that was talked about there. And then we're not even in the thick of the cross yet, because Xavier Donaldson said he has about an hour left of cross on him tomorrow morning, and so we're probably going to see a lot more of that cross-examination, which it seems like from the defense's aspect and point right now, it seems like it's attack credibility. That's their strategy. Why was Daniel Phillip doing this type of service when, his service didn't provide prostitution? It prohibited it. He said that he wasn't even necessarily a male dancer whenever he was working at this company. This company that was a male review shop. Essentially, he was just a supervisor, and that the company was using fake addresses to optimize searches, and Daniel Phillip didn't know it was fraudulent, that type of thing. So it seems like from the defense's perspective, it's definitely attack the credibility of whoever is going to be on that witness stand.
And let me add, it seems that they're saying that Cassandra Ventura was a willing participant in all of this. And I think I understood the reporting to suggest that Mr. Phillip had asked Cassandra Ventura, why are you still with him, right? I mean, that's going to be a big theme. Why did you keep coming back to Diddy? And correct me if I'm wrong, Elizabeth, did we learn a little bit more about the text message history between her and Phillip? Because the more that the defense can highlight that, if she was sending him these messages and recruiting him, how much was it Diddy's direction versus how much she was doing it herself? I mean, weren't the text messages between them quite explicit?
Well, the problem is we couldn't see the text messages whenever the defense was talking about them. They were displayed essentially just for the parties only. And so we, inside the gallery, couldn't even see the text messages. So we don't really know the full extent of what was said on them. Even from my view, really, I could only see just kind of the outscope of just one message, and my eyesight's not the best. And so I couldn't really read in depth these types of text messages. But it seems like from the government's perspective that these text chain will actually be brought back when Cassie does get on the stand. So that's probably when we in the gallery will probably be able to see what this text chain.
Yeah, so Cassie was doing business directly. Hold up. She was doing business directly now. Directly. She was a willing participant. Yeah. The jury gonna hear all that. Yeah, the jury gonna hear all that. She was willing participant. She was texting. lining it up, making payments. Shit get crazy. You know. Man. Damn. If she wanted to get out of there, she could have got out of there, man. She might have enjoyed some of that stuff. She might have enjoyed some of the stuff. And, you know, money got funny. She started thinking about the times he beat her up. And this is the thing, though. I ain't saying Diddy innocent, but I think they done hype some shit up. You know, they hype some of the stuff up. They trying to prove a case. You know, they want to get a conviction. So, they want to get a conviction, man. So they gonna make it look a certain way to try to get this conviction. And you know, Cassie got paid already, but she working with them. So, you know, those days when they told each other that they love them, that shit is out the window. She thinking about the abuse. That's one thing that's crazy though about dealing with somebody. You know, all that I love you for however long y'all together, and then, you know, they saying she participated. Now I'm sure she wants him to stay in jail forever. You know, that's the thing about life, man. When you deal with people, when you deal with people and it goes sour, don't nobody want you to just go your way and you live your life, especially if you in a position where you living good. They want you to feel it. I think it's very seldom do people want to say, man, I don't care that you living good, go about your way. I think that's very seldom. Most of the time, people want to destroy you on the way out. I don't want you to be happy after me. You know? I think that's very common, man. But Cassie, you know, they're going to bring that shit up, though. Trust and believe. Diddy lawyers going to definitely cross-examine her, you know. And in those situations when them lawyers get to cross-examining, they go hard, you know. So all the shit that she was participating in, they're going to make sure that, you know, they ask for that shit. Well, did you do this? Did you text that? Well, you said this in the text. And they going to be stern. You know, even though they going to give her the breaks because she pregnant, but they ain't caring about that. They going to deliver a message. You know, they be real stern. You did this, right? You sent this message. This was you this day, right? Well, where was Diddy at then? Did he tell you to do it or you did it on your own? You know? So we definitely going to see what's going on with that.
Really includes, but from what we saw when Daniel Phillip was on the stand, we could not see the full extent of this particular exhibit, that being the text messages.
I saw reporting indicating that at least one message might have been Mr. Phillip writing to Cassandra Ventura, I want to, you know, have sexual relations with you. Real quick, before I let you go, Elizabeth, just what was Combs' demeanor as he was listening to this witness testimony from both, you know, Mr. Flores and Mr. Phillip?
Well, he definitely was paying very close attention. I would say even more so with Daniel Phillip on the stand, probably more than Officer Israel Flores. But Diddy was definitely paying attention very closely because also, just even think about it, this is somebody who, you know, Diddy had encounters with in the sexual nature, just from what Daniel Phillip was describing while he was on the witness stand. And so he definitely was somebody that he had kept close eye on, was probably likely passing notes to his his defense attorney can't verify that 100% because from where I was sitting after we returned from lunch, I was actually sitting on the opposite side of the courtroom, so I didn't get the full kind of look or anything like that. But from what I could see, I definitely saw a head up, definitely looking very intently, especially when Daniel Phillip took the stand.
Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. Great reporting. I know you're exhausted. You had an incredibly long day. Go get some dinner. Thank you so much.
The same thing that make you laugh, make you cry, man. The same exact thing that make you laugh will make you cry. You know, I'm sure, you know, it was all fun and games when they was going at it. Yeah, I mean, it was all fun and games. Everything was hee hee ha ha. I'm the man. But it might be, you know, a sticky situation. We gonna see how it go. But trust and believe, the government try and paint their picture. They want to paint their picture. So, you know, the defense, they gonna have to be ready. You know, it's on the government. They got the burden of proof. So we gonna see how that shit go, boy. You gotta be more careful. You know, a lot of these jokers with that paper think that they untouchable. The more money you got, the more you are a target. Straight up. He said, Diddy not getting life. Remember, he has no record. Yeah, I mean, yeah, what you say? You know, man, them people ain't playing. That government, they ain't playing. They ain't playing. You know, I just say, give people a fair trial, even though they don't give you a fair trial. They play dirty. That's what, you know, I wish things went like with the system. Let it be fair. If you know you can't win, let it be fair, man. They know when they can't win, they create an avenue to lock some shit in. Like, they tryna, it's all gloves off. Shit, 20 years is life to him. Yeah, Diddy definitely in his 50s. So yeah, a 20-piece McNugget could get crazy. Yeah, you see how they did Kelly? Shit. Or Kelly got a 30-piece McNugget. Shit messy. People don't be understanding though. Like, just because the people in the world are hyped for you, when they send your ass to jail, don't nobody really care. It's like, you was this, you was that. They don't care. You be thinking like people care, man. It's some momentarily shit, man. People care about what's going on right then and there. You can be forgotten. You can be somebody that's thought about every now and then. You know? You gotta be mindful. Cause you really can be a has-been. You know? But, you know, people gotta be mindful, man. You gotta pay attention out here. You gotta understand that it could be you. And everybody that think they got money and they untouchable, shit, could be your ass. Nobody's untouchable. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. At all. Nobody. You know, like I said though, man, you gotta know how to treat people though. You treat people fucked up, surrounding yourself around people those be the same people gonna go against you. Same exact people. You treat people fucked up, those gonna be the people who go against you. They ain't gonna hold up for you. You know, I'd rather a person talk shit about me, you know, for me not involving myself, for a person to turn around and go at me on some, I'ma send you to jail or I'ma railroad you for me involving myself with you. Yeah. Cause I tell you, people be jealous and things can happen. And then they got people that be getting above themselves, you know, thinking that nobody can say nothing to me. I got all the money. You know. Diddy thinking he had $1 billion. He on stage talking about, I got a Billy. Nigga, shit. Look what they do to you with this Billy. They sit you down with that Billy. Hell, go ahead and sit down with your Billy. You can't even count it. You gotta give somebody. And that's the thing. When you go to jail, you gotta give somebody else power of attorney. But we know Diddy got everything in his mama name. But the money that's yours, that you do got access, that's in your name, you gotta give somebody else power of attorney to access it. Because when you go to jail, you can't run a business. You can't do nothing. That's the law of the land. When you go to jail, you can't do nothing. Your businesses, none of that shit. Somebody else, you got to sign over power of attorney. Whatever you got going on, you have no control. None. Control is dead. That's some shit. You know, so the goal is to be happy, live your life. You know, and a lot of these jokers get rich and they just want to flex on everybody. Power trip. Come back and bite the shit out of them. You know, I look at these jokers though, and I'm you know, learning. You know, I'd rather learn from watching people than to get there and be the example. That's just me. Straight up. Let me see it. Okay, all right. Don't do that. Okay. Cool. To get there, and then I get above myself thinking, nah. You know, addictions, they get crazy. And I think Diddy was addicted to all the shit he was doing. Getting on. Having the women do all the weird shit. Doing shit with the guys. He was just addicted to everything. The life. You know, because most people, they chasing a living. They trying to chase the dollar to live and pay a bill. These dudes done conquered it, and they just into everything weird. They done conquered what most of us is chasing. A living. And they just left field with it. What can I make this person do? That's the crazy shit. Yeah, definitely, RM. These people just like, I conquered the financial aspect of living. So, go to the weird shit and, you know, I'm going to get all my sick fetishes off. And, and when you're dealing with people, you better know, we all used against each other. You know, you used against each other. For whatever it is, you used against each other. So you ain't got the power you think. And a lot of them jokers think they got power. You ain't got that power, nigga. You just got some printed paper that they telling you got value. That's it. You got printed paper that they telling you this is the value. Oh yeah, I got the money. Man, that shit's just printed paper. Yeah. And then, you know, when they say rich, what is rich? You know, what is rich? You can never have enough paper. So what are you chasing? You know, what are you chasing? Huh? The design of this shit, the design is crazy. What are you chasing? You know, you can buy what? A whole bunch of property. You never own it because you always got a tax or something on it. They can take it. So what are you chasing? You better chase your stability and your happiness. Make sure your health right. Make sure things is in line for you to stably function. Because a lot of them jokers, man, they be having money but don't be happy at all. At all. They chasing the money and they miserable. Damn. This is why they be frustrated with everybody. You know, chasing that money, miserable. Now everybody, you know, got you off balance, but you dealing with them. You said, I'm chasing my destiny. Okay, so I'm talking about, Mary. He said, remember one of Diddy's last verses? I'm P. Diddy, I run the city. Send the cops, the DA, and the feds to come get me. They gonna be on your ass. Yeah. It seemed like them dudes that always want to talk shit about the DA and the feds, that they can't touch them. They always come get them. You know what I'm saying? They be pissed off. You gotta know they got emotions too. These motherfuckers got emotions. Oh, he talk shit about the DA? Oh, he talk about the feds? Okay. Got something for him. Straight up. They talk about the DA, the feds can't do nothing with who? Think we gonna come shut you down. Yeah. Top of the morning. Yeah, you know. But a lot of people don't be, you know, thinking when they got that bag. They think the bag is it. I got all the money. See, when you had those up and down experiences and you understand and you able to be in touch with reality and understand that the value is in you being happy. The value ain't in trying to, you know, have a lot of money. You want to be stable, you want to have money, but ain't no value in that because you are the target. When you got all the money, you are the target. You got to find your peace, your happiness, and your stability. Straight up. You got all the money, you the target. You it, yeah. Yeah, you it. Yeah, you got the money, but you the target. And everybody want to try to shoot at that target. Yeah. And trust me, if you cocky and you bragging about it, somebody gonna hit the target, man. Somebody gonna hit that target. Straight up. You hear me? Somebody's gonna hit that target. Yeah. That's because I ain't getting the proper rest. I don't get the proper rest. My body ain't recharging right. I'm going hard right now. I'm putting that work in. I gotta get this work in. You know, when I start getting the proper rest again, you know what I'm saying? I don't get that much sleep. You know? Like, I ain't gonna get no sleep after this. You know what I'm saying? When I get off here, I can't nod off really, because I gotta go to the dealership. You know what I'm saying? I gotta take my car to the dealership. You know, so my rest be messed up. Yeah, but I'm gonna get back. You know, right now I'm putting that work in, full court press. You know, we building something. You know, sometimes you gotta sacrifice just a little bit, right? I'm sacrificing just a little bit right now, but I'm gonna get back on track. Trust me. Yeah. We're gonna get back on track. Trust me. I feel like my allergies always be going off lately. Yeah. They always been going off. Like, God damn. Yeah. And you know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. Yeah. He said what they don't realize, money can't buy you life. Because of that, the case, Jesus would have to go to Calvary. Miss Mary. Yeah. You know, it's coming along though. He said, I know what. You pushing these, I can tell. Yeah, putting that work in. You know, this, y'all seeing my hustler mode. You know what I'm saying? This my hustler mode right here. I don't play no games. You know what I'm saying? This my hustler mode. Y'all see it. We in straight hustler mode. Trying to build something. You know? Trying to build the family. You know? Build the community. Building this joint. We doing this thing together. So y'all seeing it firsthand. This the grind. You know? This is ground level. This that ground level work. Hard. Yeah. You know? And I do this. Yeah. I do it. I do it. Yeah. That algorithm working, fam. You already know, RM. Shit. We popping up. You know what I'm saying? That's that consistent, you know. That's that consistency. We going in. You know what I'm saying? We gotta keep it consistent. Gotta keep it mashing. You know, we're gonna put it together. We stabilizing this thing though. You know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. Facts. Definitely appreciate y'all. Facts. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Yeah, y'all. But I appreciate y'all. Y'all know how we do. We've been grinding non-stop. Mary, put a 1 in the chat if you are a member. We can shout the members out. Facts. Put a 1 in the chat. MX Laker Girl. Ghost Inglewood. You know, I appreciate all y'all. AJ. Facts. That Jeezy music paying off, DZ. You better know it. You don't play no games. Miss Hawkins. Earl Reese. You already know. RM. My God. Yeah. Treese, baby. Yeah. I gotta hit the gym. I gotta hit the gym though this week, man. I gotta hit the gym too. I missed the gym all last week. I gotta hit the gym. Straight up. I gotta get back in the gym. We gonna get it right. Yeah. Gotta get back in the gym though. Facts. You know, I appreciate y'all though. If you haven't already subscribed, Inglewood Blue. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Share this video. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
This street's from Chicago, West Side, DZ. I love you.
What's going on, baby girl? How you feeling?
SBG TV. I want to call in before we go to sleep. I just want to let you know I appreciate everything you do. Justice for Marciana and Jay Reed. And I know I'm late from the chat. I just want everybody to know I still appreciate everything you doing. And I'm around. Sometimes I come in late. But I love y'all.
We appreciate you.
Let's rock this, man.
I appreciate
Thank
you, Tracy.
Yep. Love you.
All right, baby girl. You know, I appreciate all of y'all. Facts. Hit that subscribe button. MX Laker girl. I appreciate you. DZ, congrats on having Marciano on the phone. Yeah. I appreciate you, MX Laker girl, on that donation to the super chat. The Pose King. Yeah. J Rip. Justice for Marciano. Yeah, we glad we got him on there. You know, so that the people can hear from him. You know, people can hear it from him, you know, because we've been repping, making sure everybody, you know, understand that it was another person out there. Because, you know, they try to just make sure they focused on Jay Reed so that they can spin their narrative. But, you know, we went in on that shit. We went in. Facts. Yeah, we went in. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video. Non-stop though. We in the building, man. Appreciate all y'all. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share this video. Yeah. We definitely gonna get a live in earlier tomorrow. Facts. And I appreciate all of y'all. MX Laker girl. Appreciate you. Appreciate all y'all. And that's a fact. And y'all already know what it is. It's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.